All right.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess we can start the coverage now.
Perfect.
Wait, that's the wrong one. Let me edit that. All right, so welcome everyone. We have South Carolina results that are going to be coming in this hour. We also have continuing updates from Georgia, where Secretary of State there is essentially delaying the releases of results in Georgia. At this point, from the latest tweet I saw, it looks like Georgia results probably aren't going to come until after 10 o'clock on the East Coast, 7 o'clock on the Pacific Coast. So we're going to have to wait a little bit there. I guess Eric can run down on some of the key South Carolina races tonight that we're covering on our website.
All right, so definitely, if you're already here, go ahead and go to the Elections Daily website under the election results section. We have a full list of the items there, but I'll kind of run them down here. So one of the major primaries we're going to look at is for South Carolina's 1st congressional district. The Republican candidate is likely to be Nancy Mace, who was one of the first women to graduate from the Citadel. She is considered to be the front runner. She's been supported by most establishment Republicans, and she is considered the top tier candidate for Republicans in that race. But she does have to clear a primary. There are 3 other candidates running, and we'll see if any of them are able to give her a scare tonight, although it's generally assumed that she will win the race just because she is has far more coverage, fundraising than anyone else in the race. Additionally, there is the Senate primary for the Republican side, as well as the Democratic side. But the Republican side is for Lindsey Graham as the incumbent. He is heavily favored to win re-election. Most outlets either have it as likely or safe Republican. I believe Elections Daily has the race as safe Republican. The interesting thing within this race will be to see not whether or not Lindsey Graham loses, but to see what his margin of victory is. Although Lindsey Graham has easily won all of his Senate races in the general election, he's had some issue in Republican side in consolidating votes in primaries, and has fielded several mediocre primary results for a Republican candidate. So we're going to check and see, obviously, how much he wins by, because it is assumed he will win, and there's no indication he won't. None of the other candidates are of note. Obviously, on the Democratic side, Jamie Harrison is heavily favored to win the Democratic primary. If he's not the only candidate, he's going to win it. So those are the major South Carolina races.
There's also.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I thought you were done. You can continue.
Oh no, the 1st congressional district is the only competitive congressional district in the state. It's represented by incumbent Democrat Joe Cunningham, who's a freshman, was first elected in 2018, and it's generally considered he will have a tough fight for re-election. Most outlets have it rated as a toss-up.
Yeah, another race we're following down the ballot in South Carolina are the Republican and Democratic primaries for the 115th House District. It's open in a special election because the incumbent Republican resigned. And the reason we're following this is, according to CN Analysis, it's rated as a toss-up, so that makes it effectively the most competitive House seat in the State House for election this year in South Carolina. And while it's not going to end up changing the overall composition of the legislature there, it's an important race to look at, considering it's kind of like a miniaturized version of South Carolina's 1st district. It's a coastal district right in Charleston with the potential to flip to the Democrats. And if Mandy Powers-Norrell, who's the most vulnerable incumbent state representative for the Democrats in that state, loses her race, Democrats have a chance at flipping HD 115 to make up for that loss, effectively. So we're going to be following.
And Mandy Powers-Norrell was the lieutenant governor candidate for the Democratic candidate for governor last time, who were in a surprisingly close race. The incumbent governor only won by 8 percentage points in a 2-way race. And she's generally had very little difficulty winning her Lancaster County-based seat in the closer to the Charlotte side, North Carolina border of South Carolina. I believe you had a comment in the chat asking if results will be in the site. Results will indeed be on the site. If you go to the website and look at our columns at the top, the list of things, election results is a drop down, and we have election results pages for each of these 5 races. And so you can click on any of those. I suppose I'll go ahead and show what that looks like since.
So basically, as Eric shows you, I'll just give you a rundown. Basically, we have competitive primaries we're following all the competitive primaries for Congress and some down ballot state row office primaries as well in states like West Virginia and HD 115 in South Carolina. But basically, every 15 minutes, we're going to be having live updates there. And obviously, projections will be coordinated between the Twitter feed and the results being posted on the website. So you can see there's no results in right now, but as soon as we start getting those first numbers in from South Carolina and in 30 minutes, West Virginia, you'll start seeing those numbers being updated.
And yeah, our Twitter feed is also a great spot to find it. I'm sure many of you follow us there. It's at elections_daily. We have multiple different teams working on each race, so we'll be sure to keep you posted all night long.
Do we want to bring in Kraz to discuss South Carolina races?
Definitely. Let's go ahead and do that. We got a good audience here so far, so definitely time to start going into some of the weeds.
Yeah, I think Kraz can come on and talk about where the anti-Graham vote will be in the state or where those estimates are in the primary, because I think he's talked about it.
So we're welcoming Kraz to the chat. He's a writer at Elections Daily. Lots of great articles if you go to the website.
And he's in charge of our South Carolina coverage team tonight. So
so one thing I was going to be watching tonight is Lindsey Graham's percentages across the state. He's obviously going to win the primary. He's running against a assortment of some dude level candidates. But one thing that's going to be interesting to see is where he overperforms or underperforms his statewide percentage. Traditionally, Graham has been known as a moderate. And so naturally you would expect there to be protest votes against him in some of the more rural, more Trumpy areas. But because of his wholehearted embrace of the president over the last couple of years, that might be flipped. And you might actually see a lot of protest votes in traditionally Republican, more moderate suburbs. But it'll be interesting to see. In 2014, he only got 56% of the vote in his primary election. I would imagine that he actually probably got under half the vote in a lot of rural, much more conservative counties. But it'll be interesting to see tonight. The other thing I'm watching is the first district, the Republican primary. Mace is a state representative. She's the favorite, but she's a state representative from the Charleston area, particularly around Mount Pleasant, which is the white, wealthy suburban area just outside Charleston on the coast. She's running against 2 candidates that are credible, but not necessarily the contenders, that being Kathy Landing and Chris Cox. Chris Cox started bunkers for Trump. So if he wants a chance or he wants to force it to a runoff, which South Carolina does have runoffs, he's going to have to be doing well in some of the more rural parts of the district, such as Beaufort County on the southern part of the coast. But when the results are running in, if Mace isn't running up the score in Charleston County, she's looking at a runoff probably. And I'll let you.
What do you think about Kathy Landing as well, who's running there?
Kathy Landing similarly was competitive. She's a credible candidate, but I don't see her necessarily being able to pull out a win. She could force a runoff. Cox is, again, he started bikers for Trump. He's incredibly Trumpy, which is why I think that he might have a better chance of forcing a runoff than Landing, just because he has more of a natural support base, given his background.
That could definitely backfire in the general election, which you see a lot of.
Although I do think Landing, if she does make a runoff with Mace, has a better chance of winning the runoff than Cox would. Landing is essentially just a financial planner, businesswoman, And she's running on her connections to the area, her roots in South Carolina. So she can be competitive with Mason runoff, especially a low turnout runoff in the middle of COVID and without a lot of media attention, for sure.
Now, when you talk about stressing your roots in the primary, and I agree, Nancy Mace is certainly the favorite in this primary, and I think she'll end up winning it. But I guess you can never really count out candidates that stress their roots and come out of nowhere to surprise analysts. I mean, in the primary in New Mexico 3 just like last week, Teresa Lejar Fernandez essentially stressed her roots and managed to win that primary out of the blue, defeating Sanchez and Plain, who were both considered to perform better by analysts than she would. So.
Yeah, and you have to remember too with these primaries, people like voting, for people like them, for people that they feel represent where they come from. And Mace has the establishment backing, she has the party backing, she has the fundraising. But ultimately, like you said, you can't count out candidates that are able to make a connection with voters. So it'll be interesting.
Real quick,
more recently,
go ahead, Eric.
More recently, in the Democratic primary in Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district, Tom Breyer, who was a progressive candidate, ran substantially better than you would expect against Eugene DePascal, the incumbent Auditor General. It was only a 16-point victory, or an 18-point victory for DePascal, when it was projected to be much higher. And one of the reasons why was that Breyer was able to heavily stress that he was from Hershey, Pennsylvania. He was from the local community. He'd been there his entire life. He was committed to the region. So he was able to make a connection to a lot of voters in that part of the state, even though it was not generally projected to be competitive in any reasonable sense. That's what you'd obviously be hoping for if you were Kathy Landing or Chris Cox or someone else, is that you just kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think we've all made good points there. I just also want to bring on another analyst from California, Jackson Ryman, if he's there real quick, just to give a rundown of what he thinks is going to happen and what he's looking forward to in this election night. Another
and real quick, someone in the comments asked if Kathy Landing was a city councilwoman. She is I believe she's a city councilwoman in Mount Pleasant.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, for sure. Now, Jackson, we just welcomed you onto the stream. Welcome. So if you want to tell the viewers basically what you're looking forward to tonight on this election night, what do you think are going to be the hot races to follow?
Well, tonight I'm not really looking forward to any or expecting any upsets in any specific races, but I am looking forward to the protest vote in southern West Virginia tonight to see if there will be a significant amount of anti-Biden, anti-Sanders vote. As we know, West Virginia has a closed primary, and Democrats still have overwhelmingly positive registration advantages in that 3rd district there. So I am waiting to see if Tulsi Gabbard or another candidate can break 10 or 15% in counties like Mingo or Logan or Boone. So.
Yeah, that's a good point, because she did run very well in some counties in central Pennsylvania, approaching that point, even as Joe Biden was romping to victory across the state of Pennsylvania.
I mean, sorry, Kraz.
Well, I do also want to see, one of the reasons that Biden, did so well in a lot of the primaries this year versus Hillary Clinton was because a lot of the rural whites that broke for Bernie in 2016, either left the party entirely or they voted for Biden. And it's becoming clear that a lot of the votes Bernie got in 2016 were protest votes against Hillary. And in fact, nowhere was this more clear maybe than West Virginia, where Hillary got crushed. She lost every county, but it's a deeply conservative state. And so tonight, if Biden crushes, and if there isn't as much protest voting as we expect, I think would be yet another signal that maybe Biden is bringing in, or at least keeping, some people that were apprehensive about Hillary, in a way that maybe we didn't expect.
And plus, if Biden loses West Virginia in the general election by even just a few points less than Hillary Clinton, that's certainly going to play positively well for down ballot candidates like State Treasurer John Perdue, who won in 2016 on the same day that Trump won by 42 points in the state. So, I mean, that definitely helps Perdue. And just to briefly talk about West Virginia, because there's some interesting primaries there, and it's closing in about 15 minutes or so. I mean, there you've got a competitive Senate primary. Not that the general election is competitive, but it's worth watching how two progressives essentially divide up the state space between Swearingen and Richard Ojeda. So then as well, the governor primary, you have a competitive race for governor there as well on the Democratic side.
We call both. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. I was just going to.
Okay, it's funny. We're hearing a lot of people saying, okay, yes, both Paula Jean Swearingen and Richard Ojeda are progressives, but they're really very different. And I think, the current West Virginia Democratic base, that median voter would probably be closer to an Ojeda type rather than the more or closer to a like resisty, very Me Too kind of Paula Jean Swearingen type. So. We'll see if she can perform better in the North, he in the South. But yeah, there's a lot of competitive stuff in West Virginia tonight.
Yes.
I definitely agree on that. Paula Jean is definitely more of like, in West Virginia, there's a party known as the Mountain Green Party. They're the local affiliate of the Green. She is someone who you would think would run under the Mountain Party. Whereas Ojeda is kind of your old styled, hard-nosed on unions, not especially socially conservative, that tends to focus the populism on economic issues. I still think he's substantially to the left of where the state is as a whole, but he's definitely a more credible candidate for West Virginia, even though he's probably not. If he were the nominee, the incumbent Shelley Moore Capita would win every single county in the state, probably, like she did in 2014 against a far more credible Democratic opponent, Natalie Tennant, who Democrats are very excited about her, and she ultimately underperformed to a level they could not have imagined at the start of the election.
Yeah, but interestingly about Tennant, she is running for her old row office as Secretary of State again because she only lost it by about 1% in 2016. But I just wanted to quickly talk about a race in West Virginia that even though the Republican governor, Jim Justice, is favored to win in the general election, will certainly be more competitive than West Virginia's Senate race, and that's the governor's race there. You've got two interesting primaries. And I mentioned this on the website. Jim Justice is being challenged by Michael Folk, who's a state legislator and a former supporter of his, actually someone who worked closely with Jim Justice as well across the line. And he's primarying Justice, and I related it. I made sure to point out that it was a different scenario, but I did synthesize it slightly to the 2019 Kentucky governor election, where you had Matt Bevin, who was not the most popular governor, performed very poorly as an incumbent in his primary. And I was saying, well, looking at Jim Justice tonight, if he does really poorly in his primary, that may be a sign that he may not be quite as strong as people predict in November. And on the Democratic side, the two main candidates, you have Ron Stallings, who's state senator, and then you have Ben Salonga, who's been endorsed by Joe Manchin and is from Kanawha County. So that's definitely a primary to look at there because both candidates certainly can make it more competitive than the Senate race.
And oddly enough, West Virginia is still a state. To some degree, Democrats do have a chance to gain some seats in the legislature. I don't think anyone thinks they'd win either house back, but there is a potential that several seats could face some sort of competitive elections, as well as several of the row offices. Because ultimately, West Virginia is still at its roots, it's still Democratic, it's still populist. They still have a relatively decent state party that can be capable enough to make a few surprises happen.
And there is one competitive row office primary tonight. The Secretary of State race is effectively going to be the incumbent versus Tennant. They're running for old seat, and then you got Perdue running for re-election against, I believe it's State Representative Riley Moore. Not a competitive primary in either of those row offices, but the Agriculture Commissioner does have a competitive primary. I would say that Bob Beach is the favorite because he has the most experiences in the legislature, but he's basically running against Ken Lannert, if that's how you say his name properly, who's the incumbent. He beat the Democratic commissioner there in 2016. And basically, Bob Beach is trying to win it back. I doubt he will because out of all the row offices, that was the one that flipped to the Republicans by the greatest margin. I think the Democrats have a better chance at holding Perdue's office and targeting the Secretary of State's race. But it's worth watching still.
And just to briefly go back to the potential of presidential election protest votes, I looked up the 2012 race where Barack Obama was the incumbent. He managed to poll 59% of the vote. The only other person in the race was Keith Judd, who was literally a convicted felon in jail. He managed to pull 40%, won several counties in the 3rd Congressional District as as Jackson said. Those are the ones to keep an eye on. I don't think anyone thinks that it'll be that competitive, but this was a state that was not very favorable to Hillary Clinton in the primaries in 2016 or in the general election.
Related to that, actually, if I could chime in on something, I know we're not going to get results from Georgia for a while, but on the topic of protest votes, I think there are a couple counties in actually the Republican primary. I think did they cancel the Republican primary, or is it still
Where?
In Georgia?
I'm not sure. Eric can look that up. I know
Yeah,
a lot of
I'll
states
check that real quick.
have been canceling theirs, considering Trump doesn't have any opposition.
Yeah. Because, there was at the beginning of, and I guess it doesn't, just apply to Georgia. You could look at,
it's on the primaries happening.
Yeah.
The only candidate is Donald Trump. Everything else is a write-in. It seems like.
Right, but that's interesting. So because, there was some talk at the beginning of these protests, and also, with coronavirus, how does this affect Trump's coalition? How does it affect his numbers? And obviously his polls have been weak. But one thing that's interesting is that, I ran some numbers looking at primary results, Republican primary results, prior to COVID. So prior to the COVID shutdowns in various urban and suburban counties, or at least counties where the GOP base is urban and suburban, on average of 92%, with 8% scattered to, various other write-ins and, miscellaneous candidates. But in the primaries held since the COVID shutdowns and the protests, he's been getting 87 or 88% average. I mean, 87 or 88. And while that may not be a significant drop, we need more data points. I think it does point to the idea that, there was some talk about, are the protests going to bring the suburbs back to Trump? Is there going to be racial animosity that's going to bring some white suburban areas back to Trump? I don't think that's been reflected. And I'm interested to see how much of a protest vote, even with there only being a write-in option, how much of a protest vote is there in Gwinnett, Cobb, Fulton? Even in New Mexico, there was the only other option other than Trump was write-in, and write-in still got 18% of the vote in Los Alamos County, a traditionally Republican suburban county outside of Albuquerque. So it'll be interesting to see, and I think it'll point, give us some more data points on where Trump's coalition is going.
Mm-hmm. Another one to keep an eye on is DeKalb County, which is typically very Democratic, but I explained this in an episode of the Map Room a couple weeks ago. But the northern portion of the county is ancestrally Republican. It's very white. It swung heavily from Republicans from 2012 to 2016. That would be another one to keep an eye on. One county that Kraz was talking about that had a flip. I have a map here. So Hamilton County, this is a swing map of the Republican vote in Indiana from 2000 to 2016. As you can see, literally every county in the state trended from the Democrats to Republicans from the 2008 presidential to 2016, which isn't surprising. The one exception was Hamilton County, which experienced a massive amount of protest votes against Donald Trump. It was double-digit numbers for of all people, Bill Weld in the primary, who dropped out a while back.
12.3%.
Yeah. Which is way more than you expect for a candidate who was not only not really serious to begin with, but also dropped out of the race. Yeah, Niles would like us to say DeKalb. Yeah, DeKalb.
No, DeKalb.
DeKalb. Sorry, DeKalb. These southern county and city names, they're difficult.
So do you guys, well, apparently looks like some of the first results from Georgia are coming in. And when I say first results, I mean literally like 200 votes.
Yeah, let's show them, I guess.
John Ossoff is leading.
Not by much, though.
Yeah, so we're getting results from the southern half of the state, so the first congressional district.
Mm-hmm. This is from two counties in the southern portion of the state. Looks like they're Republican counties, Brantley and Lanier.
Yeah,
there's only a handful of votes.
I don't expect we'll get results out of any suburban or metro areas in the north, like the 6th or 7th district, for quite a long time. But it's possible we get results from some of these more rural districts that have competitive primaries, like primary to replace Tom Graves and the primary to replace Doug Collins, which are two we've been following. And we're still waiting for South Carolina results right now, but we should be getting the first results in anytime now at this point. We're going to be following.
But whose phone has the ringer on? John asked chat to. Okay.
That's all right.
I'll turn it off. Give me a sec.
Sorry.
All right, so basically to keep things flowing here, I think we can talk a little about the Georgia primaries in the meantime, because Georgia by far has the most quantity of interesting primaries happening tonight besides West Virginia. So first off, I guess we should just talk about the Senate primary there for the regular election, not the special, because that uses a jungle primary. So, I mean, what do you guys think? John Ossoff is clearly the favorite here if you look at fundraising and polling. But the real question is, will John Ossoff be able to win outright, or will it end up going to a runoff between Thomas and him? What do you guys think?
I mean, I know these are results, but Sarah Riggs and Miko's in second place in one county and then in fourth in another, and I don't know. I mean, obviously you can't extrapolate much from 368 votes, but we'll just have to wait.
No, I'm saying, like, overall tonight, what do you expect?
I don't think he'll get to 50. I think he'll get, like 42, 43. That's my prediction. But
I don't think he'll get to. Sorry, I don't think he'll get to 50 either. You got Tomlinson, who has a base in Columbus and some of the Black Belt areas around the central part of the state. So I think she's going to pull a lot of votes from there. And then I think Sarah Riggs Amico I think she's also from the Atlanta area, similar to Ossoff. And she has somewhat of a statewide profile because she ran for lieutenant governor last year. And, Ossoff, his star's faded a little bit. His fundraising is good. He's got some of the national backing, but I don't think he'll hit 50 tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think Ossoff, I don't think he excites anyone, but I think he's the prohibitive favorite to finish first and to win ultimately the runoff, just because he has the name recognition and money, even if he's not really well liked. He's well known in the Atlanta area at this point, and the Atlanta area kind of decides the.
He did participate in the most expensive House election of all time in 2017. So.
Yeah, only the most expensive one ever. Yeah.
He did lose it. So, yeah.
Yeah. But say sometimes
he did. And then Lucy McBath turned around and won the seat in 2018. So
yeah, I mean, if he wins the Senate race after losing the House, I think he's probably pretty happy he lost the House race.
Well, he's gonna. I mean, in the fall, right? He's gonna ride or die with that national environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if Biden is losing Georgia, I don't see Ossoff outperforming Joe Biden.
Yeah. The only way I could even see an Ossoff victory is if Biden won Georgia.
Yeah. I could see that. I could see that happening if the national environment stays like it is right now. I mean, that's no guarantee, but if that's the case, if Georgia trends more Democratic than we're expecting, it's in the cards, but I still don't see it as likely.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, it is very
first results in from South Carolina right now. Actually,
we have Chesterfield County.
Yep, Lindsey Graham is leading 79-13 right now, so big lead to be expected. But then again, it is only one precinct, so.
But that's actually interesting, because I think that county is not very suburban. It's not an anti-Trump, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a, never Trump, not full of never Trump suburbanites. So I think that's interesting. If he's getting 80 in those, I mean, he's not going to lose his primary, but I think it'll be interesting to see, is that the low end of the protest votes, or, are suburbanites in South Carolina still largely okay with him, and, more rural conservative voters still don't like him because he, was not buddy-buddy with Donald Trump at the start of his presidency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chesterfield is a diverse county. It's 60% white, 30% black. It voted for Donald Trump by 15 percentage points after being pretty close for the last 4 elections before that. So it's located very similar to, if you're familiar with North Carolina, kind of the industrial area. So so close to Lumberton, which is Robeson County, Scotland County, Richmond County, those sort of areas. That's along the border. So think that in terms of what this area is kind of like. But yeah, I mean, the previous elections, Lindsey Graham only won 2/3 of the vote in the 2008 Senate primary. His opponent in the general election was a conservative Democrat who was probably more conservative than he was, or at least a paleo-conservative. And then in 2014, he won, I think, around 59% of the vote against a levy of challengers who included Nancy Mace at that point, who was the Tea Party candidate in the race. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. But you'd expect Lindsey Graham to do well in areas like Chesterfield. It's just the question of slippage. One area to look at as well, aside from the Charleston area, would be the Greenville-Spartanburg area and Columbia. Those are the other two major metro areas in the state, aside from the counties that are kind of bordering Charlotte metro area. Greenville and Spartanburg are strongly Republican areas. The cities themselves are pretty conservative, and the counties are very conservative. The areas at no risk of flipping anytime soon, but given they are so urban, it would be one place to look at. And then Columbia, South Carolina, and its suburbs are also, it's not as big or as conservative an area, but it is an area that you would expect them to do worse in if there's definitely an anti-Trump effect.
Yeah, I also do want to watch the partisan makeup of the electorate in SC2, South Carolina 2nd Congressional District. Henry McMaster only won it by 6 in his 2018 gubernatorial run, which is not as much as you would expect. I mean, that's 2 points to the left of the whole state. That is not an area that's traditionally been to the left of South.
Yeah, and it looks like
suburbs. But
real quick, sorry to interrupt you, but we just got another big vote dump right now from Darlington County, right to the south, essentially, of Chesterfield County, and Graham's leading with 89% of the vote, but 881 votes, so that's the most significant vote drop we've had right now. I think we're going to project it for Graham right around now, but even though he's going to be projected winner, it's still a race to follow just to see where the strength of the protest voters are in South Carolina.
And of course, if you recognize the name Darlington, that is in fact where the Darlington Speedway, the famous NASCAR racetrack, very unique shape, came from. If I could give a little tidbit about the shape of it, it's this weird egg-shaped design instead of an oval. And the reason it was is because there was a farm adjacent to it that he didn't want to get rid of, that they wouldn't feed. So they had to kind of design the racetrack around where the farm is. Like, this is the sort of old guard areas that the Democrats used to do pretty well in South Carolina, but they've effectively atrophied away, and now it's, as Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, this used to be, well, not this area specifically, but in the past, this region was represented by John Spratt until they lost in 2010.
Yeah. Although Darlington County, this is like close to Florence, South Carolina, if you're familiar with where that is. That's another pretty major, relatively mid-sized city in that portion of the state. I don't believe we have any results from South Carolina 1 yet, though. Those would be from the coastal area.
In West Virginia, just to note.
Yeah. Oh, West Virginia has some?
Well, no, they've just
not yet, but polls are
they've
closed.
Yeah.
Which means we can probably expect results there in the next 15 minutes. I'm just making the graphic to project Lindsey Graham winner.
Yeah. And I definitely agree with that call. But again, keep an eye on the margin. He could have his best performance here ever in the primary and still have a more competitive general than he's had. Although, again, people are trying to make this race competitive. It's South Carolina. Competitive or a good performance there would be losing by 10 percentage points or by 12 percentage points. I don't even think it would be that close, even if Jamie Harrison is a good candidate, as good as a candidate as he appears to be. This is South Carolina. This is not. It's not Georgia.
Well,
and back to Georgia. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying a good result for Democrat there is going to be pulling Joe Cunningham across the finish line to re-election. That's what a good result is going to be for Jamie Harrison, and that's why I'm interested to see the protest votes against Graham around Charleston and South Carolina's first, because if Harrison is winning that district, by a number of percentage points or at least coming close, Cunningham's path looks a lot more realistic than if he's getting crushed there and Biden is also losing it.
I mean, we've had debates about this before, but out of the freshman Democrats, Joe Cunningham is certainly considered more of a favorite for re-election than someone like Kendra Horn or even Colin Peterson or Anthony Medici at this point.
He's been able to keep his bipartisan reputation fairly intact. He won primarily not due to national factors, but due to Republicans nominating a very poor candidate and his personal opposition to offshore drilling, which is a very unpopular position to support in South Carolina's first congressional district. They don't want oil rigs off of their shores. So he has definitely a bit more leverage in that area, even though it is a district Trump will probably carry again this time. One thing to mention on the topic of Georgia that I neglected to mention is that Georgia is still very difficult for Democrats to win as a Senate race, mainly because they have to either get 50% in the general election or they have to win the runoff. They actually managed to make the runoff in 2008. They held the Republican candidate to under 50% of the vote. But by the time the actual election came around, the candidate was clobbered considerably in the actual runoff election, where it's a one-on-one, lower turnout. And also, voters had the knowledge that if they gave the Democrat the vote, the Democrats would have a supermajority in the Senate, and they didn't want to do that. You could see a similar effect this time if Democrats have 50 Senate seats. Even if that race goes to a runoff, Republican voters in Georgia may just turn out because they do not want to give Democrats the 51st vote. That's one thing to keep an eye on that most states don't have to worry about.
I do want to say one thing about the runoff, though. There's a lot of conventional wisdom that runoffs, especially in the South, are doomsday for Democrats because they have to get 50% lower turnout elections. I would push back on that a little bit. Given the changing nature of the coalitions, even in the South, wealthier suburban areas are progressively becoming much more friendly to Democrats. If you reran that 2000 coalitions, I bet it would be a lot closer than it was back in 2008. I also think that Democrats' record in runoff in the South is not as bad as many think. I think that 2008 Georgia race taints a lot of people's ideas about how those go. I think it was Miles that pointed out that in Louisiana in 2015, Mary Landrieu actually got the black turnout she needed in the runoff. She just got crushed with white voters. And then furthermore, John Bell Edwards won the runoff back in 2019. And Don Barrow, who ran for Secretary of State in Georgia, had a similar performance in both the general and the runoff. And I would say that in 2008, it was both, the coalitions were different. The fact that a Democratic win would have given them a supermajority, but also that the presidential election numbers were likely inflated due to very, very high black turnout, given that it was Obama's first election. And it was a level of turnout that could not be maintained in the runoff. But a 2020 level of turnout could maybe be maintained. So I would push back on the idea that, runoffs are necessarily, a doomsday scenario for Democrats, although they are difficult. They can compete.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that it's not doomsday. It's just more difficult. I do note we have more results coming in from South Carolina.
Yeah, we just got South Carolina 1 results.
Because we had some results coming in from Berkeley County. Lindsey Graham is now up to 84% of the vote total. He's leading by a considerable margin, and he's polling 82% of the vote in Berkeley County, which is one of the counties that is in South Carolina's first congressional district. That appears to be the only county.
And as well, if we look at the first district results, Nancy Mace is currently leading with 68% of the vote there. Early results, but you've got Kathy Landing in second place with 20.5%, and Bikers for Trump, Chris Cox in third percent with 7%.
This is not a Trumpy district, so you wouldn't expect Chris Cox to be polling some incredible performance like Teddy Daniels did in Pennsylvania.
We actually have some more results scattered around Georgia. We have one kind of sort of suburban county, Henry County, south of Fulton. One precinct is reporting, for the presidency, 84-11 Biden. And then none of those have reported for the Senate election, interestingly. So, that's weird.
Yeah, results are being updated on the website right now for South Carolina, and we're wait a little bit for Georgia until more results come in.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah. But those are definitely good numbers from Lindsey Graham so far. Obviously, there's still a lot to go, but these are from a relatively diverse portions of the state. You have some from towards the center, from the right, left, all over the state. You don't have like Greenville reporting in, or Charleston, or Columbia yet, but these are pretty good numbers if you're Lindsey Graham so far. This is kind of what you want to see: Republican consolidation of support early in the primary.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's also interesting to look at South Carolina one. If you look at, eventually we're going to be able to look down into the individual strength by county in this result when we get Republican primary data here. And I'm curious to see if Mace will carry all the counties or not, or if you'll see regional support for Landing. I mean, I doubt Chris Cox will make any momentum here because it's a suburban district trending away from the Republicans. So I honestly highly doubt that Chris Cox will win this primary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'll win. I do think it'll be interesting to see how he performs outside of the Charleston area, given that Mason Landing are both from there. I also think that Mason Landing, both being from, I think, literally the same town, will mean that their bases of support could be eating into each other a little bit. But given these preliminary results, it looks like Mace has consolidated the primary vote as of now. We'll see if that changes, but it's possible she's ran away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And just since they're reporting in, we give a little bit of coverage to the Democratic candidates. In the 3rd district, Hosea Cleveland is leading with 68% of the vote. That's a safely Republican district that stretches from the border, along the border of Georgia, goes from right outside the Greenville area towards the Columbia area. And then in the 7th district, which is where we talked about Chesterfield County, kind of the old John Spratt district, the candidate with the vote lead right now is Robert Williams with 71% of the vote. And neither of those candidates will have a shot at winning the election, but those primaries could be interesting to look at if you just want to see who's going to be clobbered in November.
Oh, we have results from West Virginia.
But we have West Virginia results.
AP just called it, despite I'm trying to find results here. Maybe that's just Decision Desk HQ acting up, but yeah, let's go here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one result from Monongalia, and that's it. Yeah.
So that's the College County, right? That's
yeah, like this could be one of Sanders' best counties, and
Paula Jean Swearingen is probably one of her better counties.
Yeah. She almost won it in the 2018 primary against Manchin. It was 55-44. That was, I don't know if it was her best county, but she did very well there.
And this is right near the northern panhandle of West Virginia, along the Pennsylvania border. A College County, one of the more liberal counties, although it's still Republican leaning at the federal level. Which kind of segues into what I was going to ask is, so if assuming the Senate race is probably going to be a blowout. You would expect Shelley Moore Capito, who is very popular, very moderate, someone who's done very well in West Virginia politics for years. She'll probably win every county in the state. But if she were to lose a county to Paula Jean Swearingen or to Richard Ojeda, which of the two which county would you say would be the most likely to flip?
I'd say if it were Ojeda, he'd probably win. I don't know who pronounced it, but Kanawha. I feel like he'd be less of a fit for Monongalia or Jefferson. And then Swearingen would probably win like either one in the DC suburb or the College County.
And this is assuming she wins anything.
Wins the governor primary, you can expect him to win his home county too. Even Rob Stallings would probably be able to win that county.
Mm-hmm. But I'm talking in the federal election. If they were to win, if either one of them were to win just a single county, which is unlikely against Shelley Moore Capito, I would think Swearingen would do well in Mongalena County, and then probably Richard Ojeda would do well in like Mingo or somewhere along the border, southern West Virginia.
That's why I think Ojeda will probably end up winning by a fairly large margin in this primary, is just because a lot of the primary votes are still in those coal counties, even if they are not on the federal level. He's going to run up the score there, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And if we look back at
at Cabell County, that's nice. Cable. I can't pronounce anything, so just ignore me.
Yeah, Monongahela County or Monongahela County, whatever you want to call it, is the one. Kanawha County has Charleston, the biggest city in the state. That's one to keep an eye on. Both panhandles obviously are very different. West Virginia is kind of it's not really in any region. The state is, I always group it with the Midwest just as kind of trolling, but people variously group it with the South, with the Mid-Atlantic, with the Midwest, with Appalachia. It doesn't really fit neatly into any geographical region besides it's all mountain. So you could see some interesting coalitions develop in the different panhandles. Like the northern one is very industrial, like the areas of Georgia or not Georgia, Ohio and Pennsylvania that it borders. And then a lot of the Eastern Panhandle, some of it has turned into kind of DC suburbs to some extent.
And Politico just projected Lindsey Graham winner, so that was a good call on our part.
Yeah, we're going to take all the credit for this. Lindsey Graham winning. Big call.
Oh, wow, that was a pretty tough race to predict.
You heard it here first.
So yes, looking at the South Carolina 1 primary at this point, if Mace manages to hold that big of a lead, I could arguably see her winning outright and avoiding a runoff. Now, her margin is obviously going to come down, but it would be very good for her if she could avoid a runoff and just push directly into the general election campaign, avoiding runoff. So,
and that, of course, would help her.
Tremendous news. Yeah. So we actually have some presidential results in from West Virginia. Do we want to go into those?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to update the banner real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up on here. Currently, Joe Biden has a lead with 70% of the vote. And then others is at 16.7%, and Bernie Sanders is at 13%. So Bernie won the state in 2016 with 51% of the vote to Hillary Clinton won with 35 or 36% of the vote.
She had 29.
And so this is from 2 counties. This is from a county in southern West Virginia, Cabell County, where he's polling 74%, and then of course Monongalia County, where he's polling 67% of the vote. To Bernie Sanders at 15% and Elizabeth Warren at 5%, and then whoever David Rice is polling 4% in West Virginia in that county.
Kind of obscure, but he's from West Virginia, so
David Rice is in third. He's ahead of Elizabeth Warren in Cabell County. So keep an eye on a David Rice apparently to run ahead of some people. But this is from just 2 counties in the state. So pretty early results from West Virginia.
We're getting some more results out of Georgia now from a few more counties in South Georgia, Decatur County, and in North Georgia, White County. Ossoff has expanded his lead now. He has an 18-point lead over Teresa Tomlinson. Sarah Riggs-Amico right now is at 14% there. And we're going to start updating Georgia results as well.
Is DDHQ glitching? Because their Senate race appears to be not what any of us were thinking. With
DDHQ.
Because they have Richie Robb in first place in the Senate primary with 55% of the vote.
DDHQ is not fantastic. Let me say that.
Anyone heard of Richie Robb?
No.
I would give DDHQ a little bit of time to sort that out because sometimes they have a few minor errors with their reporting early.
Yeah, that would be a fairly.
It's not their fault, but sometimes that just happens. So.
Yeah, I'm going to try and see if I can find it from the state.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't make any sense given I don't think any of us know who Richie Robb is.
Yeah, I'm going to go check out the Senate primary on DDHQ because Politico apparently thinks it doesn't exist. It doesn't have it on Politico. So.
Actually, which websites are you all using? Because I'm kind of a New York Times stickler, but I want to, if I can.
I don't use New York Times because of the paywall. So.
Yeah, okay. I'm using a mix of websites.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically right now, if we're looking at the, really have to sign up to view DDHQ too.
Yeah, it's free.
But it's free. Yeah, you just have to log in.
Yeah, so basically what we're talking about with the Georgia Senate race here, if the percentages that are in place right now roughly hold, then we can't expect a runoff here in Georgia. I think that's something that is definitely going to happen. I mean, it's still too early to summarize these results, but if the margins will hold like this, then it's not as likely that Ossoff would be able to reach 50% in the border.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially if he's not doing well in South or Central Georgia, it's going to be really hard. I mean, I think to hit 50% in such a divided field, you probably need to be running up the score somewhere, or at least not getting crushed somewhere. And if he's not doing very well in South or Central Georgia, he's got to rely on the Atlanta Metro, which again, possible, but he's not the only candidate from there. So we'll see.
Yeah. And even though we have one county in the 9th district to replace Doug Collins, we don't have any results in the congressional primary there yet. Well, hopefully we can see those results coming in eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, we have questions. Okay.
And looking at West Virginia right now, no results in I don't think, for the gubernatorial election. But that's definitely one of the more interesting West Virginia races to follow tonight, is that governor's race, that primary for governor.
Here we go. I believe Decision Desk just corrected the results from they had switched Paula Jean Swearingen and Richie Robb in the results. And so, so if you look at it right now on their website, they have Paula Jean Swearingen, 55% of the vote from one county, the one county you would expect her to do well in, Monongalia County, with Richard Ojeda at second with 27% and Richie Robb with 18%.
Yeah.
Just assuming that's accurate, but that seems more realistic than Richie Robb with 53% of the vote.
Okay, so we are getting some early election results according to DDHQ in the gubernatorial election in West Virginia. So
actually, he's not a nobody. He was the mayor of Charleston until 2007.
Oh wow!
He was the mayor there for 32 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who knew?
We're getting results in from Monongalia County in West Virginia right now Stephen Smith is ahead of Ben Salongo and Ron Stallings.
I do want to chime in, actually. According to the Decision Desk, we have some more results from South Carolina. Particularly, we have results now from Spartanburg, as well as Pickens in the Senate race. In Spartanburg County, Lindsey Graham is only getting 69% of the vote, which is far below what he was getting from
okay, good.
other counties. And then in Pickens County, which contains Clemson, obviously a big college town, you would expect a high level of college education. He's only getting 67% of the vote. So clearly it looks like the protest vote has shifted from rural counties to suburban counties as of right now. We'll see as more votes come in. But now...
And that would make sense considering Lindsey Graham's track to the right during the Trump administration.
And keep in mind, Pickens is a conservative county, and Clemson is not as liberal a college as you would think of. It's actually a fairly conservative college. If you look at the precincts, it's not a liberal bastion like you would like a UNC, Chapel Hill or Atlanta area.
Oh, no, totally. But still, you would expect a higher level of college education there. It's a little bit more suburban, very conservative county though. But still, I find it interesting.
Yeah, and I actually have a correction to make. Richie Robb is the mayor of South Charleston, which is apparently south of Charleston in Kanawha County. He said he wants to make available to all who wish affordable health care. And he talks about Robert Byrd and Jay Rockefeller. So it seems like he stuck in 2007, West Virginia.
That's nice.
Yeah, so Georgia for sure is going to most likely have the slowest reporting of election results tonight.
Wow. Lindsey Graham is actually... Wow.
It's faster than I expected, but the numbers we have right now are probably going to stay like this for the next few minutes. So,
wow, Lindsey Graham's doing very nice in Spartanburg.
Oh, come on.
I had to do it. He's at 69.69%. Come on.
Oh, okay, fine. I can do an excuse there, but I thought you were on this. Yeah.
Nancy Mace is still up at this point, although her lead shrunk slightly now. It's only 66.8 to 21.4 over Kathy Landing.
All right, so let's see. A good spattering of results all over South Carolina. Dorchester County. Yeah, May still has that considerable lead in that race, although she's doing a little bit worse in Dorchester than she is in Berkeley. She's at 68% in Berkeley and at 62% in Dorchester.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently have some more Georgia results from Georgia 9. If anyone has those pulled up.
Georgia 9's a very interesting primary. Matt Gertler is, by most expectations, the front runner there, from what I've heard, state legislator. But then you've also got former congressman from the 10th district, Paul Brown, running there as well. I know I butchered that pronunciation, but he's kind of carpetbagged to a new district here.
Yeah, Paul Brown was a very, he's old guard social conservative. Bible thumping. I believe his most recent ad, he had a machine gun, or he was holding like a gigantic rifle, talking about being prepared for whatever. Definitely an eccentric figure.
Yes, and basically his career ended in 2014 when he lost in the primary for the U.S. Senate seat, which is actually up this year as well.
Yeah, he made a horrendous judgment.
Incredibly close runoff between him and Jack Kingston, David Perdue and Jack Kingston, in which Perdue won by 0.1%. So
yeah, he made a very poor judgment in running in that race because he didn't really have a chance to begin with.
Yeah, 69.69. That's nice. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic.
He's actually the only congressman I've ever met, like in person. He was at some sort of event, church event or something a long time ago. He's definitely that sort of like if you're like a hardcore Southern Baptist or Independent Baptist, he's the candidate for you. Like that's the type of audience that he sort of was going off of in that part of Georgia.
Matt Gertler does have an early lead in the primary and for Georgia's 9th district at this point, which is what was expected. I mean, there's going to be a runoff here for sure, but Gertler, I've heard, I believe Niles said something about it before too, but Gertler is probably the favorite.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and pull up that map. This is from J. Miles Coleman on Twitter. Go ahead and follow him. He has all sorts of great maps. I'm sure most of you followed him already, but if you don't, do it. It's definitely worth it. But you can see here, he came in 3rd place in the 9th Congressional District in 2014 with 19% of the vote. Karen Handel had 20%, and then David Perdue had around 35% of the vote.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at, and that will probably be where his base is if you look at the southeastern part of the district there. If Broadway's any part of that, that's probably where it's going to come from.
And that campaign ad, I just managed to find it. He offered to give away an AR-15 rifle to a random person who signed up for email update. And then he also, because he said they might need it to shoot the looting hordes from Atlanta. I'm not sure what world he's living in where, like, does he think there's going to be like a second Sherman's March or something? I mean,
he's trying to win back the seat essentially, but I don't think he'll end up. I don't even know if he'll make it to the runoff. I think it's more likely to be a Gertler-Tanner runoff.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't. If like that just. We got some more out of West Virginia. Do you want me to kind of go over some of that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we've got votes in from Jefferson County, which is on the border of Virginia. It's quickly becoming more of a DC suburb in a lot of ways, or an exurb of DC, I would say. There's people who commute from Jefferson County, the far tip of the Eastern Peninsula and Panhandle, and they commute to DC. Paul Swearingen is pulling 61% of the vote. Nice. In that district. Richard Ojeda is pulling 25%, and Richie Robb is pulling 15%. And then in the southern part of the state, in Cabell County, Richard Ojeda is pulling 36% compared to 33% for Swearingen and 31% for Robb. This is definitely not looking good for Richard Ojeda if these early results are any indication. That's a county in Cabell County. You would think he would be doing pretty decent in that county just because of where it is geographically. Right now, Paula Swearingen has 49% of the vote statewide. Ojeda has 29%, and Richie Robb has 23%. This is with around 2% of the precincts in.
Interestingly enough, the progressive candidate for governor, Stephen Smith, is also leading the primary with a similarly close margin of vote right now. 48.3% Stephen Smith has statewide, and similar to Swearingen, he's performing strongly in Monongalia County and as well in Jefferson County, where he has 57% of the vote right now. And according to Decision Desk, unless it's wrong, Jefferson County is 100% reporting. So
wow, that's a pretty good performance for her then.
And Smith has won commandingly there, essentially a 36% margin of victory with all the votes in Jefferson right there. And Ben Salongo, who is from Kanawha County and has the endorsement of Joe Manchin, is leading the early votes in Cabo County on the border of Kentucky in the south there.
Yeah.
I believe that Jefferson is actually already in. I think that's a DDHQ error. But if she keeps up that performance, that's great for her and concerning for Ojeda. So
yeah. One thing to keep in mind for the Republican primary, there is a Republican primary for Senate. Shelley Moore Capito is easily winning that race. She has 84% of the vote right now, compared to 9% and 7% for her nearest competitors. There doesn't seem to be any real geographical correlation to protest voting, but so she seems to be doing pretty good in that race. Obviously, she's going to win. There doesn't seem to be any real protest vote in either Monongalia or Jefferson counties. So
I'm a pretty hardcore partisan, but I do say that I respect Shelley Moore Capito. I think she's, this is going to sound kind of mean, but she's one of the more tolerable senatorial Republicans to me. So obviously she has no chance of losing. So yeah.
I think we should also mention that looking at West Virginia's governor race right now on the Republican side with Jim Justice, he's actually performing very strongly so far with early results, and he has about 63% of the vote, and his nearest opponent, Woody Thrasher, has 18%. Michael Folk actually is only at 10.9% right now. And basically, if Justice holds this, he'll probably be projected winner shortly. So,
but I'll go back to Capito for a second, because one thing a lot of people don't realize is that when states flip from Democratic to Republican in the South, they usually didn't flip with a hardcore conservative Republican candidate. They flip with a moderate. So the first governor of North Carolina was a very moderate Republican. The first governor of Virginia was a pretty moderate Republican. Shelley Moore Capito is definitely more from that line. I wouldn't say she's a moderate. She's very, she's not someone who's going to go after you in tone. She's agreeable. She used to be pro-choice. In fact, she's never really denied being pro-choice at this point, but she votes with the pro-life side on pretty much everything. She just never disclaimed her old pro-choice leanings. So definitely one thing to consider is that she is kind of that holdover from the transition period of West Virginia becoming a place where Republicans can win. You start that out with someone who's more amenable, willing to work across lines by default.
Yeah. And like Bob Corker, when Capito inevitably retires, there's a high chance that she will be replaced by someone who's far more, one could say, inflammatory, on the kind of harder right side, that kind of conservative populist. That I don't think Capito is a populist. I think she's much more of a traditional Republican, and she's still popular there, but she's no spring chicken, so she might be out by 2026.
I'd call her a typical member of the Main Street Republican caucus. She's very representative of what that caucus, kind of how they vote and how they behave, comport themselves. Very respectable, very amenable, working across party lines, but still being center-right, still being fairly conservative on most issues, if not all issues.
Yeah, you guys all brought up some good points, and we're going to be watching West Virginia closely as we continue to update results there. But in the meantime, we can transfer back to South Carolina a little bit, because we now have 3% of votes in roughly in the first district, and Nancy Mace still holds a relatively insurmountable lead at the moment, 62.3% to Kathy Lanning's 22.9%. And again, if Nancy Mace can hold these margins, it's certainly possible that she will completely avoid a runoff altogether, which would give her more time to campaign against Cunningham and therefore would make her campaign even more credible in that seat.
That would be a considerable win for the Republican Party in that district. Not having to deal with a runoff, just being able to just go from the start. Nancy Mace is our nominee. We have months to run the election to go after Joe Cunningham and to establish Nancy Mace as not just a credible candidate, but one who has the mandate from Republican voters that they're good with Nancy Mace as the candidate.
For sure. And I'm going to quickly update this banner on the bottom with results.
Oh, hey, Adam, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jackson.
I believe, yeah.
For those of you who are excited to see the return of the Jew Fro from the podcast last Thursday, I hope I didn't disappoint.
Yeah.
All Jew Fros are welcome. Fantastic.
So we've got more. I think South Carolina has some more stuff coming in. Or at least I'm going to make sure this is more stuff coming in.
I can pop out if you want Jared to be on for some time. That's cool, by the way.
Yeah, I think we're going to alternate it, but thank you, Jackson. We can bring you back in later on.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, goodbye.
And welcome Jared Stone in.
Hey, everybody.
Hello,
Hey,
Jared.
Jared.
Hey.
Jared for our Nevada team tonight.
Yes, so
Yeah.
I'll be on here sort of intermittently. I can be on here for the next little bit, but tonight I'll be mostly updating on Nevada results on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. So have you been paying attention to these South Carolina, West Virginia results? The West Virginia ones I think they're surprising a lot of people, is what it looks like to me.
Okay, yeah, so I haven't really been looking into them, but if you can just update me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. So West Virginia, Paula Jean Swearingen has come off to a considerable lead in the Senate primary. And then the more progressive of the candidates has Stephen Smith is performing about as well in the gubernatorial election as well, while Jim Justice is having a little issue in his primary.
Interesting.
This is with Monongalia County, which is a university county, one of the ones you would expect to do well, but also with Jefferson County, suburban, exurban, DC metro area in some ways.
So that's where Justice is struggling? Is that what you said?
No, that's where Paula Jean is doing very well in both of those counties. She's only lost one county in the southern portion of the state, and that was very narrow, a narrow loss.
Mm-hmm. Now, how's she doing in Kanawha County, which is where Charleston is, I believe?
Yeah. Kanawha County is not in yet, but a county that's right near it, Cabell County, has gone for Richard Ojeda, but only by around 4 percentage points. Ojeda has 26%, Swearingen has 33%, 33%, and Richie Robb has 31.5%.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, but South Carolina, it looks like Nancy Mace, we've explained earlier, but for anyone who's just jumping on, Nancy Mace looks to be in a good position in the 1st Congressional District primary. She may avert a runoff. In the Senate race, Lindsey Graham is having a little issue. He's doing very well, especially by his standards. Although what effects of protest voting have been where you would expect he's doing a little bit worse in more urban or college-educated areas. But the big news is that Nancy Mace, if she keeps up this performance, could be able to avert a runoff. Although it is worth noting that none of Charleston County is in yet, and Charleston is one of the large. It may be the largest county in the district, but it's also the most liberal politically in the district.
I think it would be hasty to say anything about the South Carolina one Republican primary until we see some results from Charleston, because even though Beaufort cast a lot of votes, and we don't have any results from Beaufort yet either.
Yeah, we don't have any not even from Colleton.
Yeah, we're definitely going to wait out on South Carolina one before we call that race, because even though, as you said, Mace has a strong early lead, things can change. We're still going to be following many of these competitive congressional primaries closely. That said, we can make a projection in West Virginia, and we're about to project Jim Justice will win his Republican primary there. Initially, we were thinking he may be performing poorly on the levels of Matt Bevin in 2019, but right now it appears he has a very strong lead right now in this primary, and I doubt it'll go down at this point.
Yeah,
definitely it won't dip anywhere close to him potentially losing the primary.
It's worth noting that the closest competitor for Bevin in that primary, there was not a serious opponent. His only opponent was a low-level state legislature. who was ultimately, I believe he has a criminal charge against him now for some sort of offense. So not the sort of candidate that would do well, but he ran fairly close thanks to voter dissatisfaction with Bevin. Although Jim Justice has not been popular for most of his tenure as governor, he's not having that same effect in his primary. And it's not for lack of effort. Republicans have tried to, whenever you have someone who switches parties, a lot of people are sometimes skeptical of whether or not they're fully committed to the party or whether or not they're the ideal candidate. But it appears that Jim Justice has managed to pull out a victory here.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We're about to publish that on the Twitter feed. Mm-hmm. So I think Sammy is here, who's from Georgia. So if they want to be added to discuss Georgia, that might be something we could do as well, considering we've got plenty of competitive Georgia primaries. So I don't know if you want to check in with them first.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ned. Sammy?
Hi. Yeah, so I just had a quick question. Are you guys using the New York Times? Or are you guys using Decision Desk to track results? Because I'm using Decision Desk, and now they're at their normal pace again. They're ahead. Last week they were behind for whatever reason, but Decision Desk this time is ahead. Is that an update, Eric, or something? Did something come through just now?
Yeah, we are using a mix of Decision Desk, New York Times, just whatever we have available. The is that results are coming in from Coal Country now, Raleigh County in southern West Virginia, and 100% of the precincts are reporting Paula Jean Swearingen has 53% of the vote compared to 32% for Ojeda.
That's very bad for Ojeda, considering that he ran in the 3rd district in 2018. That is, after all, his base in the state. That's not good news for Ojeda.
Yeah. It's adjacent to Kanawha, but it isn't restricted.
That's not good at all for him.
That is he only has one county. That one county he won with by 4% of the vote. Obviously, we need more results to come in. But if you're Paula Jean Swearingen, you're probably thinking this is a pretty good start.
Well, looking at this, and I say this from the perspective of someone who's a partisan Democrat in the leadership of my school's Young Democrats Club. And I'm really frustrated to see Paula Jean being successful, just because this is going to have an impact on those down ballot races in November, because there's a lot of legislative Democrats in the House of Delegates and in the state Senate who are hanging on these heavily Trump districts and running a strong congressional Senate challenge to Shelley Moore Capito would at least do something in terms of helping them retain their seats. But Paula Jean is just someone who is, it's not like Ojeda could win, but Paula Jean is going to drag down the entire West Virginia Democratic ticket, and this could very well cost us state legislative seats.
Yeah. I mean, to put it in perspective as a Republican, we were kind of jokingly pulling for her in the 2018 primary. We're like, West Virginians need a true progressive on the ballot. They need someone who can understand it, because she's affiliated with Justice Democrats, brand new party, very progressive, very much almost in the Green Party mold of things. But considering West Virginia is a state where Republicans won every single county in the state at the federal level in 2016, that's kind of a disaster. And Democrats did respectably in West Virginia in 2018 in terms of House races. All of the races none of them were really that big of blowouts. A couple were close to 10 percentage points, 20 percentage points, like reasonably well, not being humiliated. This is one that would be, yeah.
And I think that just another dimension to this is the fact that it's also highly symbolic of the direction of the Democratic Party in the state, in that the 3rd district has historically been the most Democratic district in West Virginia, not just on down ballot races, but also up ballot too. Even going as recently as 2004 and 2000, it was most Democratic in the district usually, or in the state rather. But the fact that Ojeda is performing very well in the 3rd district, but not well at all in the rest of the state, and the fact that Swearingen is leading him by a considerable margin, means that district is definitely no longer the main base of the Democratic Party in the state. And so also, having places like Monongalia County college towns, even like Wheeling, Kanawha County. Those are places that are going to start to pull more favorably for the Democratic Party than those coal mining counties in the third, like Mingo County. So it'll be interesting to sort of see that, but sort of symbolic of the nature of the changing politics in the state.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the 2018 Senate race in West Virginia, Joe Manchin had relatively, it wasn't overwhelming support considering he only won narrowly. It was still impressive, but in the Trump era, but he had relatively broad support because he won in all 3 congressional districts. But interestingly enough, the one with the biggest drop off is what you would expect, West Virginia's 3rd district. Meanwhile, the other district in the north, the 1st district, actually swung towards Manchin. It didn't. I mean, obviously it didn't because he won by such a large margin in 2012. But that definitely goes to your point that the Democratic coalition in West Virginia is certainly changing from what it's been traditionally over the last few decades.
And keep in mind, the districts are kind of drawn to be kind of about where the state is as a whole. The 2nd district in particular stretches, which is Capito's old district, stretched from the Ohio border to the Maryland-Virginia side of the border. Went through Charleston, went through Jefferson County. I mean, to give the extent of how liberal Paula Jean Swearengin is, she was a speaker for the Sierra Club. She supports Medicare for all. She supports free public college. If she doesn't support the Green New Deal in word, she's certainly the sort of person you would expect to be in favor of that. I don't know if it's a recruitment, if it's like a failure to just promote a candidate correctly, or a lack of candidates, or if it's truly a shift in the party base, because West Virginia still has a sizable amount of registered Democratic voters. That's not a good look. And Biden is doing very well in the presidential race. He's winning by, he's not performing he's not at the level of Obama in 2012. He's doing very, very well.
We have a quick update right now out of Georgia. Currently in the state, Sarah Riggs Amico has carried 1 county, Crisp County in South Georgia. Meanwhile, John Ossoff has continued to expand his lead. He's now at 43.1%. And essentially, if he holds a margin somewhat like this, we'll obviously expect a runoff, but he would probably win that runoff considering how weakly Teresa Tomlinson is performing at the present moment with only 19.2%.
Well, here's my thoughts on the matter, which is you would predict based off where Ossoff is from, where he's historically ran, and who has supported him, that he would perform the best in the Metro Atlanta area. And when you look at it, you don't have any votes from Metro Atlanta, and you don't have any Fulton, you don't have any Cobb, you don't have any Gwinnett, you don't have any Clayton. And so when you look at it, you really don't see the people who you can expect to be Ossoff's base in, and yet. And so when you see this 43% margin, that's a margin that you can and really expect to grow. And I think and frankly, I'm looking at it now. Right now. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to, you can keep finishing that. I'm still kind of looking at the stuff, but we do have results coming in from Charleston, from Spartanburg, Greenville, from Lexington County, in South Carolina. So some good stuff coming in from South Carolina. But go ahead and finish your thought. Like that's you're on a good train there.
All right. Well, I just think that if I'm Ossoff right now, I think I'm pretty happy, because if you just look at it, if he's getting 43% with the areas, or is 43% currently the correct number, Harrison?
He just dropped down to 36.4%.
36.4. Well, that's weaker, but even then. And I mean, looking at the people who you can realistically expect are going to be the least favorable voters to Ossoff. So, my comment is definitely less confident with 36%. But I just think if Ossoff can really get the margins and that he's looking for in Atlanta, he can still eke this out without a runoff.
Yeah, and quickly going back to the primary in West Virginia, Jackson mentioned something about this earlier, but despite the fact that only 6.5% of votes are reporting in West Virginia right now for that race, the fact that Richard Ojeda is performing so poorly in a county like Raleigh County, down by 20 points in the coal fields, where he should be performing very well, considering it is his home region, that's a very, very bad sign, especially when you have Paula Jean Swearengin putting up even bigger margins in places that were already taken for granted as her bases, like Monongalia County and Jefferson County, both of which she has huge leads in. So I think we could end up seeing an early projection for Swearingen fairly soon, considering the fact that she's managed to expand her. I mean, we have to wait and see as more of the coal fields come in, but if she holds her lead up in the northern base and continues to grow in the southern half of the state, it's looking very bad for Ojeda, and her lead actually just grew to 46.8%. So it's about a 17-point lead at this point.
And so on to South Carolina, just because real quick, we've got some stuff coming out of Charleston. Nancy Mace is still polling strongly in the 1st Congressional District. The early results from Charleston has come in. She has 64% of the vote in Charleston. Kathy Landing with 25%, and then Brad Bowl and Chris Cox with 5 and 4.5% respectively. She's actually polling better in Charleston than she's polling in either Berkeley or Dorchester at the moment. That's a good sign for her. These are just the early results. Could be different if you look at along the line, but that's definitely what you want if you're Nancy Mace, is to be performing very well in Charleston County. And then at the state level for Lindsey Graham is polling 85% of the vote in Charleston at the moment, Charleston County. So that's really good. That's better than polling in Dorchester or Berkeley. With Greenville County, he's polling 65% in Greenville County, home of Greenville, obviously. And in Spartanburg, he's polling 62%. South Carolina is very nice in that their counties are very much named, for the most part, after their cities. You have Greenville is in Greenville County, Spartanburg's in Spartanburg County, Charleston's in Charleston County. Very convenient to think about. He is polling worse in Pickens than he is in neighboring Anderson or Macomb County, which he's polling 81% and 78% in those. Pickens has more college-educated population. He's only polling 67. So to some extent, we are kind of seeing a trend of where he's doing worse or doing better. But the Charleston one, I'd be interested to see if that holds, because that's a very good number for him in Charleston.
Yeah, and
85%.
And that's very interesting. But just to quickly turn back to what's currently probably the most interesting primary in West Virginia, the gubernatorial primary right there. A lot like Swearingen, progressive candidate Stephen Smith is also leading the governor primary there, not by nearly as large of a margin as Swearingen is leading in the Senate primary, but Smith is currently leading by about 4 points over Ben Salongo, who, as you know, has been endorsed by Joe Manchin. He's from Kanawha County. And so far, Salongo is doing well in the southern half of the state. In Raleigh County, which, as you guys know, Swearingen's winning over Ojeda by about 20 points. Salongo is clearly doing much better here. He's leading Smith 61-21 there. So that's a big drop off between the two progressive candidates in that instance, in that county. And Smith,
in Cabell County, he's also winning.
Smith, meanwhile, is performing very well in the same areas that Swearingen was doing well. So you have Jefferson County and you have Monongalia County, both very big lead margins for Smith, essentially, compared to Salongo, who's managing so far to perform better in the southern half of the state than Richard Ojeda is. And that's going to be critical to Salongo winning. And talking about Stallings, the state senator at this point, it looks like he's not going to be one of the top candidates if Smith holds his lead. It looks like it's going to be a Smith-Salongo neck-and-neck race to the finish line here.
Mm-hmm. And Smith is in Ohio County, which is in the northern panhandle, the more industrial area. In Ohio County, Smith is ahead by 9 votes at the moment. So that's looking pretty close there. That's also going to be interesting to look at if there's this kind of northern or city-based split. If Stephen Smith is doing better in those areas, that's going to be one area you want to look at because it is a sort of a more industrial-leaning area.
Yeah, and I think that it would be interesting to see Ben Salongo could actually probably make it a somewhat competitive race against Justice, even though he'd remain the favorite in the general election.
Whereas Smith
would be interesting to see Smith. I mean, I feel like Smith, it's untested. I feel like Smith and Swearingen would be very bad for West Virginia down ballot races, as I believe Jared mentioned earlier, for House and Senate races in West Virginia, many of which are competitive on the state level.
We want to look at some of those Georgia House primaries at the moment.
Yeah, we can go through that. I'm making a graphic for the South Carolina.
Yeah, one of the big ones is at the moment. Apparently, Georgia 14 and the 14th congressional district, and Marjorie Greene, who is a QAnon truther, is winning that primary at the moment with 51% of the vote. This is in the northwestern portion of the state, very Republican district. Whoever wins the Republican nomination there probably wins the election, or almost certainly wins the election. But she is a QAnon truther, which is not what you want to see if you're the Republican Party.
You said that was Marjorie Greene, right?
Yeah.
Yes. She also has a number of so she's built a following on far-right social media through confrontational videos with some left-wing figures. So she accused David Hogg of using kids to push an anti-gun agenda, and then another, she accused Rashida Tlaib of being an illegitimate congressman because she was sworn in on a Quran and not a Bible.
Yes, but then again, this primary is essentially tantamount to victory in that district. There's absolutely no way a Democrat can win that district. So
yeah, this is the Republican plus 27 district according to the Cook TVI. This is a district that Donald Trump won by over 50 percentage points.
Yes, it's going to be tough. But we can always hope that the primary is not won by that candidate. So
yeah.
Also, another thing to look at is the 9th district primary to replace Doug Collins. It's the other competitive primary in an open seat that's strongly Republican, where the primary essentially is tantamount to victory. And Matt Gertler is down right now in 3rd place, Paul Braun in 4th place. Actually, John Wilkinson is leading with 22.1%. And if I checked, I believe he is a state legislator. So, yes, he is a member of the Georgia State Senate. So, also interesting, you've got former congressman and 3 legislators in Georgia's state legislature running for that open seat. Yeah. Where'd Eric go?
Eric had to go off for a second, but he should be back shortly.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can alternate some of the panel for a bit. Maybe we'll bring Jackson back to the panel.
Woohoo! Thank you. Haha.
Happy to have you back, Jackson.
I'm happy to be back as well. Thank you so much. Great.
So yeah, speaking of what Jackson was bringing up earlier, I could see us making the projection for Swearingen any time now at this point. I mean, it was 20% in. The fact that Ojeda is failing so much in southern West Virginia and greatly underperforming Salongo in the gubernatorial primary as a synthesis, that's very bad. And you just have Wyoming County actually is in as well. Swearingen.
Yeah, if you look at the AP website, they have slightly more results in than DDHQ. They have Lincoln County, West Virginia, which is in, and Ojeda is ahead there, I believe. Yeah, 45, and actually Swearingen is in 3rd there. But that's also kind of in the coal fields. It's in the 3rd district. Borders Mingo, Logan, and Boone. You know, it's right there. So this is supposed to be his best area. And he's only winning there by 9, and not to Swearingen, but to the other guy. So this is not a good night for Richard Ojeda at all.
No, he has not had a very good few years, if you think about it.
No, he's truly a stunning fall. I mean, to go from his most prominent position, which is probably with that teacher strike at the West Virginia State Capitol when he was a state senator, to his failed run for Congress, to then resign from the state Senate to run for president briefly, to now running in the Senate and losing a primary to Paula Jean in Swearingen. It really, it's not his day. It hasn't been his day for a few years now.
I believe
we also, real quick, an update in the gubernatorial election is also very, very close. Stephen Smith is performing well as a progressive candidate in a lot of the same areas that Swearingen is, except in the southern half of the state, where Ben Salongo is managing to perform very well. He's from Kanawha County. He has the endorsement of Joe Manchin, as I've said repeatedly, but unlike Ojeda, he's actually doing very well in Raleigh County and in Wyoming County. And meanwhile, Ron Stalling, the state senator, continues to languish in third place here with only 13.1% of the vote. He's only leading in Lincoln County right now.
Yeah, as soon as we have Kanawha County results in, I think we can make a lot of projections. So I don't know how long that will be.
I would bet you that Kanawha County coming in would easily put Ben Salongo in the lead there in that gubernatorial primary, considering it's his home county.
Mm-hmm. And Ben Salongo is obviously doing a lot better with the traditional Democratic coalition than Ojeda is, and so he has a chance.
I know that many people are going to argue that progressives would manage to do better than the traditional Democrats in West Virginia, but let's face it, if Joe Manchin had somehow lost his primary to Swearingen, you would have had Senator Patrick Morrissey right now. So that argument is not something I fully agree with. I think Salongo would be much more qualified as a general election candidate than Smith.
I mean, and we don't have to worry about this being an open seat or primarying an incumbent. So I think we shouldn't. Democrats shouldn't stress too much about the primary here, except maybe for governors.
Because I mean, Justice is going to probably end up winning it anyway. But if you have a really good candidate like Salongo, who can maybe put up 43% of the vote or something in a good race, that can definitely help down the line, especially if you have row offices that are competitive. I mean, we're covering the Agricultural Commission race, but the best ones for the Democrats are Secretary of State. Tennant lost by only 1 point in 2016, and she's trying to come back. And as well, John Perdue in the treasurer's race. He's the incumbent. He will definitely outperform whoever the Democratic nominee for governor here is. So.
I'm actually kind of surprised Ojeda's winning Cabell County at this point, but.
And yes, going back quickly to the open Republican House primaries and safe Republican seats in Georgia. You have the 9th and the 14th district. And like we were talking about earlier, Marjorie Greene is ahead in the 14th district. That's very, very bad news. And that's just a bipartisan. I think most people on Twitter would agree with that statement, regardless of their party affiliation. I doubt most Republicans want Marjorie Greene to be the nominee in that seat, especially when you have more qualified Republicans running like Bill Hembry, John Barge, and Kevin Cook. I mean, Bill Hembry used to be in the state legislature. Kevin Cook is in the state legislature, and Barge has experience in education as well as a school superintendent. So the last person I think that most Republicans would have thought to win would be Marjorie Greene.
And as we talked about earlier, this is obviously going to be a safe seat for Republicans, but it's one of those seats where Republicans, if they want to have success in the state, they're really going to have to max out their margins here. And someone like Marjorie Greene, who could be somewhat controversial, it might cause a few Republicans to drift away, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not enough to make Democrats even come close to winning it, but you're definitely right in the fact that Marjorie Greene would likely underperform. I mean, definitely would underperform, and it would probably be a significant drop from Trump's margin.
Random question, but if I make a projection independently, am I not allowed to do that without consulting the Elections Daily team, or I'm just
no, you can make something on your personal Twitter account. It doesn't matter.
All right. Yeah, sure.
Sure. But one of the things I want to say is I'd actually been texting back and forth with Kraz, who was on earlier. And one of the things that he had noted in this conversation is that you heard a lot of speculation and, in 2018 in 2019 the Republican Party is going to try to tie every Democratic candidate nationally to, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Presley. And really, it just seems like those attacks have fallen flat. So the question is, to what degree can you really tie someone together by party affiliation at this point? And will Marjorie Greene and, her toxicity really trickle up ballot and across the state is a working question to ask.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the furthest most prominent QAnon truther to win a race was Joanne Perkins in the Oregon Senate primary, and her support, whatever minimal support that was, pretty much got pulled afterwards.
Yeah.
But this isn't like that. You can't just ignore what's happening in the district.
There's a big difference because the 14th district of Green wins that primary. It's not like Oregon where it's safely Democratic. This is the opposite. It's safely Republican. And there's no way to undo that. I mean, if she manages to, if the best hope that Republicans can have if she holds somewhat of a lead is that they can force her into a runoff and get the National Party in to just push against her, not her winning that runoff in August.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is the rough equivalent of like a Lyndon LaRouche candidate winning a Democratic primary. Like, this is the level of insanity we're dealing with here, for us to put it bluntly, because this is an insane conspiracy theory. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. I have some more results out of South Carolina's first, if you'd like to hear some of those.
Yeah.
So 57% or 56.6% of the vote is in from Berkeley County. This is the county that Nancy Mace is doing the worst in. She still is up 58 to 24.6 in that county. Whereas in Dorchester, where 13% is reporting, she has 64% of the vote. And in Charleston, it's still early voting, but she had 64% of the votes from those early ballot returns. So if the 58% is turns out to be the case in Berkeley, and she's doing the worst out of those, you probably want to feel pretty confident for her, possibly avoiding that runoff, which would be a big deal for, that would be a win for the Republicans as opposed to Georgia 14, which is not.
Yeah, I'm going to look at some other races in Georgia right now. If we go back to the U.S. Senate race, currently John Ossoff is still up. His margin actually ticked down about 1 percentage point, now at 35.8%, but granted, Teresa Tomlinson has also gone down. In fact, if you look at these results so far, I'm looking at Politico right now, but unless it's data errors, it doesn't appear that, I mean, Tomlinson's only leading a select few counties. And most of the counties outside of, we don't have much in from her Columbus based on the southwestern part of the state yet. We have some stuff in from the Augusta area, and John Ossoff appears to have early leads there. I mean, his lead in Richmond County is fairly strong, 36 to 16. It's definitely a good sign for Ossoff, because if Ossoff can put up large margins outside of his urban Atlanta metro base, then once all that Atlanta metro comes in, you can expect Ossoff to do very, very, very well. You can expect his margin to tick up by possibly as much as 10%, getting him just short of 50%, around 45, 46%.
One last thing to remember of Georgia is while I think Ossoff is clearly in better shape, maybe at the moment, I think it's worth noting that Tomlinson's base in the purest sense, and the area she can do absolutely the best, is Muskogee County, which is Columbus, where she's the mayor of. And Muskogee really doesn't have any results in the moment. So while it's a smaller county, her margin there could be a significant determinant in whether or not Ossoff gets that coveted 50% plus one margin.
So we just got some results in from the epitome of West Virginia coal country in Mingo County, and Rich Rogetta is actually up by 17 points right now in Mingo County with 8% reporting there. So it's almost like southern West Virginia is being split in half, because you have Ojeda up in Mingo, Lincoln, and Campbell County, but then you obviously have Wyoming County and Raleigh County going to Swearingen on the southwestern part of coal country if you want to split the third district in half. And we're just going to have to see if that holds. But right now, Swearingen is still, or Ojeda, you could say, is still underperforming way too much in the third district to have a shot at taking the lead in this primary. I mean, I think we're going to end up seeing a Swearingen projection sometime in the next half hour.
Yeah. Well, here's some other ones in West Virginia. 100% of the vote in with Berkeley, which is right next to Jefferson County. Swearingen is winning that by 35 points. Ohio County, 82% of the vote is in. She's winning that 46 to 31, so by about 12 points. And then in Tucker County, 100% of the vote in. This is close to, this is right along the border of the Panhandle, the eastern Panhandle, midway between that and Monongalia County. She is 49.5% of the vote with 100% of the votes in. Oh, we just had 2 more come in. Greenbrier County, she's leading by 9.
I think the deciding county in both the gubernatorial and senatorial elections is going to be Kanawha County, because if you look at it that way, that's one of the more populous counties in West Virginia, one where the Democrats have a higher base of support. That's certainly a county that's going to be critical to just determining the outcomes of these primaries. We're going to have to look at it.
I was going to say Boone County just came in as well, Coal Country County, and Ojeda 100% of the vote, and he won that county by 6 points.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
So that's problematic for him. But it is. I'm on the New York Times right now, but it is interesting how, at least for me, I expected a more lateral results. You know, with Ojeda performing much better in the South, but there are actually a few counties sort of stretching up in a vertical fashion that Ojeda is leading in. But I think that as more counties start to fill in, we'll start to see sort of the regional divides really become apparent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now we got some more votes coming in out of Charleston. I think we actually, I think we want to talk about this in the chat, but I think we should be pretty close to making a call in South Carolina 1. Charleston, 16% of the vote is in, and Nancy Mace has 61% of the vote in the county. She's pulling pretty well there. And in the Senate race, Lindsey Graham again is pulling 80% of the vote in that county.
Yeah, that's certainly a race we're going to be evaluating with our team and determining whether or not we can make a call right now. But with 20% of the vote in, her lead really hasn't dropped at all. And she's still a solid 10% above the minimum threshold for avoiding a runoff. So, I mean,
yeah,
we're going to have to look at it a little bit more, but that's definitely a race where we could expect Nancy Mace to avoid a runoff.
Obviously, we want to see more we want to see Beaufort and the other 2 counties that are in the district. The biggest one is Beaufort. We want to see how that one goes. But it's looking good for her so far. Interestingly, the worst county for Lindsey Graham so far is Lawrence County. He's only polling 59% of the vote in Lawrence County, which is not, to my knowledge, a suburban county or an urban county or anything along that line. It's below the green. It's directly adjacent to both Greenville and Spartanburg counties. On the other hand, he's doing very well in the interior. He's pulling over 80% of the vote in Florence, Darlington, Lee, and Sumter counties. Those are all in the interior of the state, closer to the North Carolina border than to the Georgia one. That biggest pocket of the vote weakness is in the Greenville-Spartanburg area, as I suggested in the start of the broadcast, that he could have some. That would be one area to look at.
Yeah, that's for sure one thing we're going to be looking at here. I mean, looking at the results in South Carolina 1, it looks like Politico actually just projected it for Nancy Mace, so I think that's a good idea to call it. So,
yeah.
Nancy Mace has avoided a runoff, and that does not bode well for Joe Cunningham, because that gives Nancy Mace a chance to turn her attention completely to the general election.
Mm-hmm. Interesting they did that without, It must be those Charleston numbers that kind of pull them over, because those are pretty impressive for her.
Yes, for sure. And looking at West Virginia's results, we're still waiting for Kanawha County to come in. That's going to be a critical county, probably the most important county that hasn't come in terms of the state's results right now. That will also play a particularly important role in the gubernatorial primary, because Smith has a very, very, very narrow lead right now over Solango, and that's Solango's home county. So that should be able to put Solango ahead in the count there once we get those results in. Yeah, it looks like Decision Desk is awaiting to report Kanawha County, so that's going to be an important projection once they make it.
Mm-hmm.
Or not a projection per se, but it's going to be an important update.
The presidential one, it really is interesting how well Joe Biden is doing in the Democratic primary this time. He's performing very strongly. He has over 70% of the vote right now and has not lost a single county, which Obama lost multiple counties to Heath Judd.
Yeah.
We have results coming in from Beaufort County. With 19 of 89 precincts reporting, Mace is currently getting 49.6% of the vote in Beaufort County.
I just want to quickly remark about the presidential Democratic primary in West Virginia. I just noticed if you go down to the deep coal country, Mingo County and Logan County, those are among the worst performing places for Joe Biden. And actually in Logan County, Joe Biden's only leading his challenger named David Rice by around 12 points. So that's just sort of an interesting thought.
Mm-hmm.
That also
he's running,
in Mingo, where Ojeda is actually ahead right now, and it's one of the few counties in southern West Virginia where Ojeda maintains a stable lead over Swearingen right now in the Senate primary.
And Bernie is not running especially well in West Virginia this time, it seems like.
No, but that also would play into the fact that the simple fact that he's dropped out of the race and been out of it for months.
No, unfortunately, this will not stop the Bernie won every county in West Virginia against Hillary Clinton in 2016 posts.
No, Kyle Klondike actually just retweeted something saying it's horrible analysis to say that Biden is in contention to make West Virginia competitive just because Democrats will outvote Republicans in the primary like they always do because of that ancestrally Democratic strength that they have in party registration numbers. But most of the people see that and don't realize that these people, half of them don't even vote Democratic in the general election.
Yes, there's plenty of people in West Virginia who have a
plenty of people in rural states in general. I mean,
for a Democrat,
Kentucky too.
Many of them.
Yeah, very similar to Kentucky too, with places like coal country and places like LA County and places around there.
Right.
Gotta say, Lindsey Graham's doing pretty well, all things considered, in regards to the protest vote. Spartanburg has actually dipped him pretty low now. He only has 52% of the vote in Spartanburg County. This is significantly less than he had like Richland, which is Columbia. He has 70%. Greenville, he has 65%. Charleston, he has 81%. But he's doing pretty poorly in Spartanburg County, all things considered, right now. But he's not cratered in urban areas aside from that one area, and he's still polling very well, all things considered.
Yep. So at this point, we've projected both major races in South Carolina that we've been following, and we actually just projected the first district for Nancy Mace there. She will avoid a runoff and will go on to directly face Jay Cunningham, being able to turn all her resources in the competitive seat against Cunningham, going in and starting the general election campaign much earlier than it would have had she been consigned to a runoff election later this year. So this is definitely something good for South Carolina Republicans and also very good for Nancy Mace as a candidate.
Mm-hmm.
If Marjorie Greene wins, though, it will be quite a stark contrast to see a good candidate like Nancy Mace being nominated for a seat on the same day that someone like Marjorie Greene would be nominated for a seat. So that effectively clears up our South Carolina coverage. Obviously, over the next few days, we're going to be analyzing the results we have out of South Carolina. But since we've projected the two important races there, we're going to be moving our focus onward to Georgia and West Virginia for further election results. And it's looking very, very good for Ossoff right now. He's up to nearly 40% of the vote without any of his home base reporting. That also doesn't include Tomlinson's home base. as well, which is not reporting yet. But Alsov's lead has gone up about 3 points, and like we've been talking about earlier, if Alsov manages to perform this well outside of his home region in the state, basically if his support manages to be incredibly broad, then that bodes well for him once his actual home base in the Atlanta region actually comes into vote, because that'll give him by default a significant jump in votes of upwards of 10%, depending on turnout.
So it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, but Swearingen's margin has dropped from at least the last time I checked, but she's only up by around 10 points, which means, you know, as things start to report more, it's likely that that's going to increase. But just because I think a lot of coal country is starting to come in, that might be boosting Ojeda for the short term.
It actually appears that Richard Ojeda is performing better in the western half of the 3rd district than he is in the eastern half, because as we've talked about earlier, Swearingen's leading in Raleigh County and Wyoming County, but Ojeda is actually doing fairly well in Mingo County with almost 20% in. He has 16-point lead. Logan County, he's up by 3 points. Boone County, he's up by roughly 6 points. And that lead effectively branches out. So I think what we might be seeing is a sectional divide in coal country. We're going to have to see if the trend for Swearingen and Raleigh and Wyoming extends to the eastern half of the 3rd district, or if Ojeda will be able to manage to lock up the rest of the 3rd district and do Swearingen. Because at this point, you know, Swearingen's running out of votes in Jefferson and Monongalia. There's significantly more votes in coal country and in the yet to report Kanawha County. So those are really going to be the deciding factors in both primaries for both Smith and Swearingen. They know that they have to make up for the ever shrinking number of votes left to report in their 2 bases.
I'm seeing Summers County. I think that was a new development, but Swearingen's leading by around 5 there. So it does reflect the sort of sectional divide that we're seeing, at least at the moment.
Yes. And interestingly enough, looking at the gubernatorial primary, 3rd place candidate Ron Stallings, a state senator, if you're talking about geographic divide, obviously he's doing very, very well in his state senate district. He's from Boone County, and currently Boone County is his strongest county. He's putting up a 75-17 margin in Boone County, and he's also performing well in neighboring Logan and Lincoln counties. So West Virginia always has some of these regional pockets of support in statewide primaries, and even though Stallings has no chance at this point of winning the overall primary, he certainly has a name recognition to secure that pocket of coal country in his Senate district that he's held since 2006.
Currently, Richie Robb is leading in Putnam County. Interesting primary there.
So unless this is a political error, even though we've already projected Jim Justice winner, it appears that Michael Folk won Berkeley County by about 1%. So just a little piece of information there, if that holds up.
Yeah, he's leading by 1.4% in the New York Times in Berkeley County as well.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like here, and Politico says that it's 100% in that county. So
here as well.
Yeah, so it looks like he'll get his 1 county, kind of like Sarah Riggs Amico in Georgia had her 1 county. Speaking of Georgia, if we head back to Georgia, the 9th district primary is incredibly close right now. In fact, according to the most recent results, Andrew Clyde is leading. That has been an update while I was speaking. 5% reporting now. Matt Gertler is back in the lead with 26% reporting. Clyde second with 18.4%, Wilkinson 13.9%, and former Congressman Braun is in fourth place with 12.2%. So it appears that the general perspective of Matt Gertler being the favorite in this race is starting to hold up, and we're going to have to see how that plays for the rest of the primary. Any other interesting observations being made by anyone?
The New York Times. Oh, sorry, Eric, you were saying?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The New York Times is currently reporting that Congressman Alex Mooney, the West Virginia Republican from the 2nd Congressional District, who replaced Capito in 2014, and is unpopular because he's a carpetbagger from Maryland. And yeah. I'm not kidding. He was an official in the Maryland Republican Party and just moved across state lines to run for Congress. Is currently only winning against a no-name primary challenger by 18 percentage points, with 17% of the vote.
Yeah, he's certainly not someone who has an established political base in the state. He literally jumped ship, kind of like Bobby Schilling tried to jump into Iowa right across the border from Illinois. He did something very similar, jumping across the Maryland border. He actually lives in Jefferson County, right on the border of Maryland, literally right at the very edge of Jefferson County. And honestly, I wouldn't understand how some of the voters throughout the central and western part of that district, many of the voters live in rural areas, how they would necessarily connect to Mooney. Mooney is not necessarily a member of Congress who is really well connected to his constituents, not someone that's really that generates that much enthusiasm amongst the coalition of voters there. So I guess that's something that somewhat believable.
Didn't he run in the Senate election?
Do you in the Senate?
I'm trying to remember if he did.
Which year?
Sorry.
Sorry, just while if you're looking it up, I was just going to add that back in 2018, Mooney actually performed the worst out of all the Republicans in the West Virginia House races, even though the 3rd district was supposed to be the most competitive.
Yes, and that's even
to put it simply.
That's even considering the fact that West Virginia chair, the Democrat Tally Sargent, was the head campaign manager in West Virginia for Hillary Clinton. So it's really not exactly like you have your ideal candidate there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think if Mooney wins in 2020, it's going to be his last term because he would not beat David McKinley in a primary because as you know, West Virginia is going to lose a district, so it's going to be 2 districts. So it'll most likely be a southern seat represented by Carol Miller, and then Mooney and McKinley will be drawn into the same district. Even if McKinley retires, I could honestly see a state legislator or someone else in the West Virginia GOP beating Mooney in the Republican primary for that seat. He's not a particularly strong incumbent. He doesn't generate enthusiasm. And if he had a well-funded challenger in a redistricting year, he could easily lose his seat.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like he was a nobody in Maryland either. He was the head of the Republican Party in Maryland.
Yeah, I know. People don't like carpetbaggers, generally speaking.
Right. It's very easy because West Virginia traditionally doesn't split counties in redistricting. It's very easy to draw a map that partitions the current 2nd Congressional District more or less evenly without splitting counties. And it makes sense most logically both from a geographical perspective and just also because there's no love for Alex Mooney among West Virginia legislators who are predictably frustrated with going through all the traditional career ladders and Alex Mooney just jumping across the state line running for Congress.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just safely Republican usually.
He only narrowly won the seat in 2014. I mean, in a very, very good year for Republicans, he only narrowly won it.
Right. And this is a seat that had been longtime Democratic before 2004 when Capito won, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, interestingly enough, that seat was actually one of the had a Republican lineage with Capito because the northern seat up until 2010 was Democratic with Alan Mullahan, who ended up losing his primary that year, and Michael Laverio narrowly lost the general election. And then Nick Rail represented the 3rd district until he lost to Evan Jenkins in 2014. So now on the congressional level, West Virginia Democrats, they practically don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Besides Joe Manchin. We're going to.
Yeah, Joe Manchin kind of is the Republican Party in that state now.
We're going to welcome Armin onto the stream from Massachusetts. He knows a ton about legacy Democrats, as he calls them. I think he's wanted to come on here and talk for a little bit. So
awesome. Welcome, Armin.
Hi, guys. Really glad to be here. How are you guys all doing? What have we been talking about?
Largely West Virginia at the moment.
Oh, yeah, that's actually great because, I am, full disclosure, I am a good friend of Richard Ojeda. I've spoken to him a couple of times, but it really doesn't seem like he's doing very well. And frankly, I think he would have been better served if he, stayed in his state Senate seat and either ran again for that or ran for governor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's made some odd decisions politically. I can't really hate the guy because he follows me on Twitter.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably the weirdest person that he can follow on Twitter, given I really don't like unions. But
right, yeah, he is a union guy. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was good, but he stuck with me for a year, so so who knows? But yeah, the strength that Swearingen has had is definitely surprising, as well as Biden. Biden has performed exceptionally well relative to expectations, I think. There's kind of this idea you could see some strength in the southern portion of the state, maybe flip a couple of counties,
right?
Even, but he's done very well, all things considered.
I'm sorry. Did you just say you think Biden could flip a couple of counties?
No, I'm saying that in terms of the primary, there's maybe this idea that southern West Virginia would turn out very poorly for Biden. He could maybe even lose several counties, but instead he's polling very well and winning.
Although in Logan, he only got 36. He's at 45 now. Okay, when the first precincts came in, he was at 36 against David Rice.
Yeah, there's been some major shifts.
Do we know anything about who David Rice is exactly, or?
David Rice is a West Virginia resident. To my knowledge, West Virginia puts states of residence on the primary ballots for the presidential election, and in statewide elections just puts where they live in the states.
Okay, so he just put himself on the ballot for president for shits and giggles, proverbially?
Yes, I'm a random guy who lives in West Virginia, and if you're a registered Democrat who hasn't voted for a Democrat for president since Bill Clinton in 1996, you can vote for me.
Apparently he's run for president before.
Something real quick I wanted to bring into this discussion. It appears what I was saying earlier about the Senate primary is holding up. Southern West Virginia, the 3rd district, is basically splitting on geographic east-west lines. Ojeda is performing very well in the western half of coal country down there, Mingo County, Logan County, Boone County, etc., which also happens to be Ron Stallings' home base, and he's doing well in the gubernatorial primary in that region, though not doing well statewide, versus Swearingen, who's doing well in Raleigh County, Wyoming County, Fayette, Summers County. It appears to be a largely geographic split in the 3rd district there. And as I said earlier, Swearingen, because votes are running out in Monongalia and Jefferson County, is going to be looking, well, how do I do in Kanawha County? How do I do out in the rest of the state that hasn't come in to vote yet? And you're going to see similar strategies, especially for Smith, because Smith's lead is a lot narrower, and Solongo has the home advantage of being from Kanawha County. So
I believe I found some information on David Rice. Assuming this is the same David Rice from West Virginia. He ran for president in 2008 as well. Apparently, I don't think he actually got on the ballot, but he was listed. He sent out flyers. Apparently, he's from Parksburg, West Virginia. And his flyers were very vague. It was he'll lead Americans in circulating the country. He's for the implementation of ideals of the Democratic Party. He seeks to improve the lives of citizens. That was literally his flyer. Basically nonsense right there. It's really difficult to go through. But assuming that's the same David Rice, he would have run for president before. Hard to think he wouldn't be the same one, but.
Of course, he's in Keith Judd, the inmate who ran for president in 2012 and won delegate in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a quick update from Georgia, some bad news for in the minds of some people. With 5% in, Marjorie Greene's lead has now expanded to a 34 to 17% lead over her nearest opponent, John Cohen.
But correct me if I'm wrong, that will go to a runoff if she doesn't get 50%. So what would your thoughts be? Would you expect the anti-Greenfield to consolidate around this clearly far-right candidate? Or would you expect, what would you expect to happen?
I think the National Republicans would end up coalescing behind whoever her opponent ends up being in that election, in that runoff, because the Republicans don't want another Republican in a safe seat that ends up becoming as controversial as Steve King.
Mm-hmm. And she'd have the potential to. I mean, her stuff has been, aside from the QAnon stuff, her campaign material has frankly been kind of abhorrent. I mean, just not the sort of stuff where.
Yeah. It's not good. The Republicans certainly want to avoid that, especially after they just got rid of Joe Manchin's. Steve King. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get rid of one, another pops back up.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Plus, Democrats would not be able to contest this seat in a general election as well as they contested Iowa 4 in 2018. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm stealing this joke from Twitter, but in that primary, you could certainly say that Steve King was defenestrated.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I like that.
A quick update from the governor's race in West Virginia now. Salongo's only down by 0.7% without Kanawha County. So I think it's pretty fair to say once Kanawha County comes in, he's going to take probably a fairly credible lead. And that would back up Joe Manchin's endorsement of him. Stallings, however, he's winning his state Senate district, but he should have honestly just run for re-election to the state Senate, because at the moment, if you look, he doesn't have any chance of expanding his base outside of his district, which makes it pretty much impossible for him to win this primary.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not good for Democratic state legislators, for the Democrats in West Virginia. It definitely doesn't help when they give up seats in the South that voted for Trump. So. Just waiting on the Kanawha County vote drops.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be a good indication of how what we can see going forward. That is a very large county.
We should be able to make projections in all the races once that comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Richard Ojeda is doing fairly well in the western half of West Virginia's 3rd district, if he wanted to win, he would have to do well in the whole thing. And right now, it appears that Swearingen's still doing fairly well in the eastern half. That's not good, because Ojeda has to be thinking, well, I have to win everything outside of Mongolia and Jefferson to make this primary go my way.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Mooney is still only up 60 to 40 with 22% in.
I just wanted to maybe quickly mention, I just looked at the Republican primary for West Virginia for president. I've been noticing that Trump is just absolutely dominating in coal country places like Mingo and Logan, which makes a lot of sense given his platform. But you do see a little bit of drop off in places like Monongalia, Jefferson County, where he's polling currently below 90%.
Mm-hmm. I mean, 6% of the state right now is voting against him.
Mm-hmm.
And David Rice is doing fairly well for a random challenger in coal country against Biden right now. I mean, Logan County, I believe, is his closest county to the lead, and he's only down 38 to 27 there. He's ahead of Bernie Sanders and all the other dropped out Democratic candidates there. Do you guys think that Richie Robb may have a play at winning Kanawha County because he was South Charleston mayor?
Has he performed well in the area?
Yes, he's winning all three counties on the northwestern side of Kanawha County, Putnam, Jackson, and Roane. So I think that's possible. We're seeing a lot of sectionalism in these primaries. So.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing to note right now, is Richard Ojeda, when he was in the Senate, represented roughly the same region as Ron Stallings. I actually think it was the same exact seat. So if you look at those results, that would explain accurately why Ojeda is doing well in the southwestern half of the 3rd district, but in the southeastern half, he's losing to Swearingen. That kind of tri-area of Boone County, Logan County, and Lincoln County is essentially the same region where Ron Stallings is dominating in the gubernatorial race. So that explains the sectionalism and the east-west divide in the southern half of West Virginia in that primary.
Aware that Marjorie Greene in Georgia 14 is apparently also a Las Vegas Mandalay Bay shooting truther.
Oh, that's lovely.
What on earth?
I feel like this candidate Greene couldn't get any more controversial.
Yeah, but look, you forgot the biggest thing is that all that's bad, but does she trigger the limbs? That's the big thing. That's the only thing that matters, in fact.
I don't know what the Republican caucus will do if Marjorie Greene somehow wins the runoff after this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at this point, it might be easier to figure out what conspiracy theory she doesn't believe in.
Mm-hmm. It's possible that they'll just let her, crazy campaign take course and just realize that she's going to win nevertheless, and just maybe not even endorse her. It really depends.
They could always Steve King her after the election is done, just not put her on any committees.
Yeah, and then just primary her in 2022.
Yeah. It's no risk at all. This could actually be useful for them if she wins, because then they could chop up that seat a lot easier after redistricting.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing they could do.
That's a good point.
Because right now, the current map is a gerrymander, but it's not optimized at all. There's a whole lot of wasted votes out in the mountains, including that district that could easily be redistributed into Cobb County, or DeKalb, or any of other various counties around there that could You could easily see this chopped up.
Right. There's nothing stopping Georgia.
Marjorie Green is in the news now for saying that Facebook is defending terrorists by censoring her posts.
Truly the most pressing issue of our time.
Her campaign sign says, "Save America, stop socialism."
That's not one of her craziest characteristics. So
No, but it's just
probably a good thing.
to see someone put "Stop Socialism" on their actual sign.
It's the ever-present threat of socialism in Georgia's 14th congressional district.
Yes.
It's a very socialist district.
Yes. Mountain district that borders Tennessee. No hotbed of socialism.
Only the conservative district in the state.
You know, you have AOC Rashida Tlaib and the Democrats in Georgia 14.
They're trying to make their mark.
I wonder if I control F her website, how many times it says socialism.
I did that with an email this guy did, and I think I found him calling Barbara Bollier a socialist at least 18 times. And he also called her a liberal once. So take that as you will.
I think you need to make a drinking game out of public using the term socialist now.
I mean, I get attacking it. Like, I totally get attacking it. But if you just call everyone under the sun socialist, like, eventually it just kind of gets old. Like,
yeah.
Like, you know, like, this is something I just don't get. I don't get how Trump is going to be able to pin Joe Biden as this Antifa-supporting, defund the police socialist, and also attack him for passing the crime bill at the same time. Like, you got to be smart. You can't just throw a word around and then just throw it on everyone and be like, yep.
Yeah, well, the problem is most voters aren't that smart, so they just listen to words like that in rhetoric. And rhetoric actually has a pretty big play, considering most voters aren't reading political almanacs or Ballotpedia to see what candidate they should vote for, or studying up on election results or political history. And that's not to attack voters at all. I'm just saying that most voters, you know, they go off of what they hear in the news and the media, and Trump's always been very effective in making short, raucous statements basically about all the major issues and pinning the candidate down with simple statements that anyone could effectively make that he just does very shrewdly to help him politically.
Yes. Sorry, you're about to say?
No, go ahead.
With some results in from Georgia, both the New York Times and Decision Desk HQ are showing Sarah Riggs-Amico pulling into second place. Thompson shortly behind in third.
Yeah, that's very bad for Tomlinson.
I was told by reliable sources that Teresa Tomlinson was actually going to outright win a majority by some people on Twitter, that she was just going to surprise everyone. And
it's like the people that said Steve King would win a majority.
Yeah. I think these are the same people who said that the John Lewis endorsement of John Ossoff did not matter. It mattered. It really
certainly matters, especially in the Atlanta metro. Again, if Ossoff is doing this well, roughly 43% now, with literally none of the Atlanta metro area in yet, that's very, very good news for him. He's only 8 points away from pushing over the threshold and avoiding a runoff. And I think he could easily get that if he utterly destroys his opponents in his home region.
Right. And then Decision Desk HQ has 3 precincts in from Clayton. And in those 3, and obviously this is in, you know, not a usable sample size, but he's getting 60% there. I mean, if he can do better than that across even that, or better than that across Metro Atlanta, I mean, if he gets the right turnout, that can be good for 50+1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say back to what Harrison had said about Trump making very simple statements that kind of resonate. I think that's actually a really good way to put it, because you compare what when he was talking about, he would talk about, we're going to make America great again, which it's pretty simple. Like, he gets the idea across of what he wants to do. We're going to build the wall. Yeah, you know what that means. We're going to drain the swamp. You know what that means. Like, these are all pretty simple.
That's how he got elected, essentially.
Yeah. Whereas on the progressive left, when you're saying sort of things like we're going to defund the police or abolish the police, that's not as simple to explain. Like what we actually mean by defund the police is we're just going to cut funding and we're going to give it to other places. But when you say defund the police, that sounds like taking the police's money away. Or abolish the police, it sounds like we're going to abolish the police.
Plus, even though most people in America, or at least if the polling's accurate for Biden, most people in America do not agree with Trump's caustic statements on Twitter, his raucous campaign style, or necessarily even agree with his policies. Both parties either consider America to be great already or have ways in which they believe they could make America a more perfect place. And, that statement's something that people can get behind. Not make America great again, because it has a connotation of being attached to Trump, and half the country disagrees with Trump. But just the general idea of improving something certainly does have bipartisan appeal, whereas abolish the police, honestly, I don't see necessarily. I feel like most Americans want to recognize the Black Lives Matter movement and want to push for reforms against police violence because of George Floyd. Murder was unacceptable, but nonetheless, you can't go to the opposite extreme. I feel like most Americans, even Democrats, would not want to abolish the police.
Mm-hmm. Well,
agreed.
Sorry.
I would say people want reform. They know that you can't just get rid of something. You have to reform aspects of it.
Mm-hmm. That's why Obamacare repeal was always repeal and replace. Even if they didn't actually have something to replace it with, it was the idea we're going to replace it with something. You won't just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Right. This idea of just ever upwards in what you're doing. And
or even like Obama's campaign slogans, they were both very good. Change you can believe in, very good slogan. And then the second term was forward, which again, you get the idea of what you want to do with Obama, but it gives a very good idea of what he wants to do. He wants to go forward. Like he wants to, that's the same sort of change, transformative, improving slogan in that same sort of vein.
And I feel like naturally when you have a part of a platform, and this isn't the case for Joe Biden, who's obviously come out against abolishing the police, but abolishing anything, just the word abolish is very ambiguous in that sense, considering the scale of the thing which you're trying to abolish, which would in that case be the police. And defunding and abolishing can be considered different, but it's like you said, Eric. I mean, simple-minded voters, and this is not an attack on anyone, but most voters may not be particularly interested in politics. They're just interested in expressing their voice because that's the purpose of our democracy. But most voters are going to go for the simplest thing because they may either not be interested in that particular thing. And it doesn't mean that they're not intelligent enough. It just means that they may just not be interested in politics on the simple level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Something I want to note is that, the Republicans who've been at the forefront of the protests, there are not that many of them. People like Will Hurd and Mitt Romney, who actually joined in the protests, are trying to triangulate this language of abolition and instead saying, okay, it's important for us to reform, but abolition is not the answer. And the majority of the American people, based off of their support of Biden, it's pretty clear that people do not want these major institutions to be abolished, but reform is something that's becoming much more popular and widespread in consensus among the American people.
Mm-hmm. Take the Hurd bill, for example.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have results from Kanawha County coming in now. As expected, Richie Robb, who is mayor of South Charleston, has an early lead here. And Swearingen is in a narrow second place ahead of Ojeda. In the gubernatorial primary, Ben Salongo has a huge lead here, which is also expected because it's his home county. And that has, as I predicted earlier, put Salongo ahead. He's now up by 6 points. So we can probably expect a projection in the Senate race. We're going to wait a little bit longer because Swearingen's margin has gone down slightly. It's now below 10%. Sectionalism is certainly a huge force at role in both these primaries.
Mm-hmm. Should we go ahead and update the banner to have some of those margins maybe listed?
Yes, I will do that. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. Looking at some of these counties, I know Logan County is 2/3 of the way in. Joe Biden is up 38-27 over David Rice, and in Mingo he's up 45-19 over David Rice. I'd be interested to see how McDowell goes. McDowell is another historically very Democratic county. I'm trying to remember if this was, but there was one county in West Virginia that went over 90% for Earl Ray Tomboy in 2011 in the gubernatorial race, the Democrat. And that could be an interesting one to look at. If there's going to be one where he performs very poorly, and that might be one to look at. No, it wasn't McDowell. That was one further in, but it was a very strong county for Earl Ray Tomblin.
Here, I can look for it. I just want to finish updating this banner first.
Yep, go ahead.
Those kind of results, also, well, we had mentioned it earlier as an interesting note in an otherwise uncompetitive race. The margin for Alex Mooney in West Virginia 2 has significantly expanded to a current and 46-point margin.
Yeah, real quick to answer your question, Eric, it was Logan County, West Virginia, went to Tomlin 78-19.
Yeah.
And likewise, in the 2018 Senate race, that county actually, to show you the way things changed, voted for Patrick Morrissey 49-47%.
Wow. And we've actually got some interesting stuff. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I did actually vote for Jim Justice in 2016, 55-36. And if you're looking at the treasurer race in 2016, it also voted for John Perdue, 64-31.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you look at it, governor's races and row offices are typically less partisan. Voters are more elastic than they are in Senate and congressional races. So Logan County may be more in play for Perdue in his reelection than it would be, say, in even in a governor's race, and now that it's more polarized with Justice as a Republican. But Manchin's narrow loss there really sums up the way of things in southern West Virginia. Like Jackson said earlier, it's hemorrhaging population, and at the same time, it continues to trend Republican.
Mm-hmm. So a little bit of an interesting update out of South Carolina Senate race, the primary, the Republican primary. Lindsey Graham has obviously won the primary by a considerable margin, probably his best margin out of any primary so far. But actually, he is doing very poorly in the Greenville area. Right now in Spartanburg County, he is under 50% of the vote. He has 48% of the vote. Michael LaPierre has 32%. In Greenville County, home to the city of Greenville, he only has 53%. And in Pickens County, which has Clemson, he has 59%. In Lawrence County, he has 59%. This is really the only area of the state that he is dramatically underperforming in, is the Greenville area, and specifically Greenville and the surrounding Spartanburg, Clemson. Everywhere else he's doing fine. Like even in Charleston County, he's still at 79%. It's just kind of the Greenville and Spartanburg numbers that are dragging him down.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, because my point is on a different state, so you go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, we like to focus on the first district in South Carolina just because it was an unexpected flip in 2018. But the fourth district, it will be interesting to see as far as margins for both Trump and Timmons, who's the representative there. But clearly it's an ancestral or historically Republican district that's drifting away from Republicans just, because of its urban nature, because it's becoming more diverse. And so it's also a district to really take a look at in years to come.
Mm-hmm. And one more thing on this district before we go to Harrison. Michael LaPierre is not running a moderate campaign. He is a very, very, very severely conservative candidate, specifically on religious and social issues. If you go to his website, his subtitles, "Help us return our state and our country to the Christian principles we were founded upon." Very, very at the top, he's a Baptist. He lists his salvation experience. He's from that area. Everything in here is Christian, religious. University, like Southern Wesleyan. That's kind of what he's pressing. So maybe he's having some sort of appeal regionally on that issue with some certain subset of Republicans. But the alternative makes more sense, which is that there is a little bit of a protest vote and it's just going to one candidate rather than a number of candidates.
Yeah. My point real quick was going to be an update in Georgia, where Marjorie Greene is now just about 8% shy of crossing 50%. She's at 41.6 right now. John Cohen is at 20.7% there. And interestingly enough, all three of the candidates that have held former political office, John Barge and Bill Hembry, for example, are both below 10% right now, which is very bad news. John Cohen, who's likely to end up in a runoff if these results hold in Georgia, he is actually fairly conservative too. I don't think he's held political office if I'm looking at it right now. It looks like he's a physician, a lot like Rich McCormick in the 7th District tonight, who's also a physician. But he's also fairly conservative as well, which is what you would expect in this particular district. But it would be a runoff between him and Green. And even though they're both fairly conservative, most Republicans would probably end up backing Cohen, national Republicans too. And I feel like a lot of the vote from the opposition to Green would end up going to Cohen in a runoff. So.
One thing to give Republicans and some good news in Georgia 14 is it seems like Green is doing best in the counties that have reported the most so far. So she certainly has room to drop in counties that are yet to report to some of the more mainstream Republicans. And if you look at it, there seems to be significant regionalism in this primary as well, as the more southern part of the district is least favorable to her. In there, you have places like, Paulding, where she's only getting 31% of the vote, Harrison, where she's only getting 28%, Polk, where there's no result in yet, where really she has room to lose votes to other Republicans.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm going to go back to South Carolina one last time because I've been perusing this guy's website, and it's definitely a fascinating look at kind of trying what people have tried to do for years to Lindsey Graham, right? Is he's been pretty popular. He's won re-elections by large margins despite Republican resistance at his positions on some issues. You look at his website, it's kind of a throwback to like 2008, and it's a kind of a weird mix of trying to merge some social conservative stuff with Trump positions. For example, the website specifically says that one reason Lindsey Graham should not be your senator is because he's known for profanity-laced tirades and that your children or grandchildren should not hear or be around. Specifically tells you not to search on YouTube for his game film as it is very offensive. And then further down, it also says that Lindsey Graham said that Donald Trump was not fit to be president. And another one, it says that he wants politicians to be statesmen that people can look up to, but also that he's insufficiently supportive of Trump. So you're kind of seeing a mixture of trying to bring back like Bush era social conservatism you might have seen in the Deep South with we also have to support Trump because that's what we have to do, even if it doesn't fit perfectly with what you're trying to go for. I just thought it was very much a religious conservative. At the same time, you're voting for the guy who infamously had the Access Hollywood tape, and using that as a barometer of what you can support or not.
Is it even possible to
Come on.
use New York Times without paying any money?
Incognito mode.
I've tried that; it doesn't work.
You can delete your cookies from the New York Times, Ames, and your settings. With Georgia, there's some, just going back there because we had been discussing a minute ago, the Georgia 14 results. And there's some results starting to come in from Gwinnett and Cobb counties. Ossoff is at 46%, and Amico is currently beating out Tomlinson for that second place spot by 28 votes. And then continuing on that, looking through some of these various races. In Georgia 6, very few votes in so far, or handle at 64%. And then in Georgia 7, with a few votes in on both sides, Bordeaux is up at 56%. And surprisingly, people had expected Zara Karanchak, who, correct me if I'm wrong, is a state senator, is only at 6%, which is a shockingly poor result, all because she is expected to be far more competitive in this primary. Again, very few results in, but worth noting and to look at. And on the Republican side, Rich McCormick at 48, Renee Unterman at 27. And continue to look through, Marjorie Greene, according to DDHQ, is at 39.8 now. So our margin's starting to go down, and promising news for Republicans. In Georgia 13, Blue Dog Deb in the Safe Blue District, David Scott is only at 53% against various primary challengers, which might drag him into a runoff. And in West Virginia, Swearingen's margin continues to drop, and she's about to cross below leading by 8%. And assuming
that's why I was saying that we should have waited just a little bit longer before making a projection. Kanawha County definitely helped Ben Salonga, though.
Oh, yeah. Still, if Stephen Smith won, we'd have to make a bunch of have to make jokes comparing him to Stephen A. Smith at ESPN. I apologize. My jokes only get worse as the night goes on.
We should have a president who makes New York Times government subsidized, therefore free, and no one ever has to use a paywall ever again. Plus, you have to have a whole national database with the exact correct shapefile and election data right next to it for every election. And a quick little look at the South Carolina HD 115 primary, because we were looking at it. Current results, the Democratic leader is Carol Temple, and then Kathleen Wilson leads the Republican primary there. It was a seat that's going to be up in a special election in August. It was held by a Republican, and it's the Democrats' best chance to flip a seat in the legislature there and make up for the loss of Powers-Norell if she ends up losing her race this year.
Huh. Was that the seat in the Charleston area, or am I thinking of another one?
No, it is in the Charleston area. That's why it's a lot like a miniature South Carolina 1. It's right on the coast in Charleston, trending away from Republicans.
Was that the district that voted very narrowly for Trump?
I'm not entirely sure, but that seems reasonable looking at it.
Yeah, so that's going to be one for Democrats to look at. Let me
So
check.
here's an interesting race. The 80th State House District is a Democrat primary. Apparently, the former chairman for the Andrew Yang presidential campaign is beating the incumbent by a considerable margin, 77 to 20 or 80 to 20 right now, with 65% of the vote in.
Wow.
Jermaine Johnson is beating Jimmy Bales, who has held the seat for over 20 years. This is
What district?
The 80th district. This is according to Populism Updates on Twitter.
Populism updates.
In other news, the Virginia 7 Republican convention is today.
Oh, are they going to
Oh,
pick
boy.
Nick Freitas if he can, get on the ballot in time?
I think I don't know. I mean, I think the better candidate would be Glenn Sturtevant, considering he's a state
Oh,
legislator.
Sturtevant would definitely be better, but
Sturtevant would actually, honestly, potentially be able to win the seat, but Nick Freitas
is Sturtevant actually running?
says he's at the convention. He's an option at the convention, so.
Okay, but knowing how, I guess,
Yeah,
far right wing that these conventions can
Freitas,
get.
and then we'll pick Bob Good.
Bob Good, who is not very good for the GOP's election chances.
Virginia 5 likes picking goods, though. I mean, they had Virgil Good.
I mean, he was a lot of things.
Virgil Good, I think, is in the Constitution Party nowadays.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he's too
he
far
runs
right
president
for
with them.
the
Yeah,
Republicans.
He's a paleocon. That's the Constitution Party isn't a conservative party; it's a paleocon party. And for those who aren't familiar with the difference, a paleo-conservative is like the Pat Buchanan sort of wing. Although the Constitution Party is very much paleo-conservative, they have some idiosyncratic positions on environmentalism, typically very isolationist. And he very much fits that old wing when he was in that district. He was a Democrat who switched parties to an independent and then became a Republican before losing to Tom Perello, of all people, in 2008.
Yeah, that was one of the upset races in 2008.
Yeah,
right.
There's been some stories coming out about the challenger to Denver Riggleman, his campaign surrogate using homophobic and racist slurs.
Oh, Bob Good?
Yeah. Let me try to find the Bob. Not him.
Bob Good would be a dumpster fire nominee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they're probably going to pick him, right?
Yeah.
Yes, because he literally has been accused of basically paying off delegates to their drive-in convention to vote.
It's rigged. It's literally rigged. The convention is at his church.
What?
It is rigged, and it's a convention, but the delegates drive in with their cars and toss a ballot. It's basically a drive-through primary.
And it's at Bob Good's church.
Yeah, like it's like a drive-through primary for 100 people.
Is Virginia the only state that does conventions by congressional district like that?
It's weird though, because not every single district in Virginia uses convention.
Okay, because I know last time when Tom Garrett resigned, I said he wasn't going to run. They immediately convened a convention for the same district.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's when we got the whole Bigfoot thing and Leslie Coburn.
Yeah.
Virginia's whole system is insane beyond belief of that primary and a legacy of a less democratic era of American politics, small d democratic era of American politics.
Joe Szymanski wrote an excellent article on that at Elections Daily about the absurd primary process. It's truly unbelievable in some instances. But here's the article I found was that his campaign surrogate, this is Bob Good's main campaign surrogate, was caught using the N-word on video.
That's not surprising.
Sounds like a lovely gentleman.
Yeah, sounds like a guy Corey Stewart would absolutely love.
Yeah, using homophobic slurs, racial.
I'm surprised they didn't catch Bob Good saying it.
Is Bob Good that?
I would honestly love to like read a political almanac in the future, it's like the 2022 almanac, and they just have an entry for Bob Good.
Again, I would read what he had said, but the content is so frankly insulting that I could not read it in good faith. Just know that he used a homophobic slur. He was talking about how you give minorities an inch, and this is from one of his, a major campaign surrogate. Obviously, Denver Riggleman. This is primarily because Denver Riggleman officiated a gay wedding.
Right.
Riggleman's a libertarian.
But at the end of the day, that's just a cover-up for Bob Good's corruption. That's just what he's using to cover up as an excuse on why.
And is Bob Good just a local pastor in Southside Virginia?
He was involved with the Liberty University athletic department, if I recall right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't Jerry Falwell Jr. endorse Riggleman?
Yes. Donald Trump endorsed Riggleman. They don't care. They do not care about this. At this point, I know some people find it hard to believe, but as a general issue in a primary, it's kind of hard to run against gay marriage as a Republican because you know it's not going to be repealed. So making it a main central issue is kind of odd. But if Falwell was fine with it and Trump is fine with it, you'd think the rest of them would be fine. But apparently, Bob Good has managed to convince some delegates, and by convince, of course, it involved more than convincing with words.
Yeah.
Frankly, this is like machine politics. This is frankly what it feels like.
This is straight out of New Jersey.
Or out of Chicago.
Tammany Hall.
Yeah, Tammany Hall is what I was thinking.
Right out of Hudson County.
Except
Tammany Hall
was cooler because it was in New York City versus rural Virginia.
Yeah. What kind of message does it send when the election is just bizarre? A candidate is just giving money out of the air, and the election is held in the challenger's church.
No, there's something worse, and it's a New Jersey story, but the last Republican to represent Hudson County in the House was a guy named Vincent DeLay, and he won in 1956 on the Eisenhower coattails. And he basically decided, okay, the Republicans basically disowned him and said that he picked his sister to be his chief of staff instead of the Hudson County Republican machines pick. And they got mad, so they disowned him. So DeLay said he was becoming a Democrat. So he joined the Democrats. And then when he was running for re-election in 1958, the Hudson County Democrats said, we don't want you as a Democrat. So then he ended up just retiring. Kind of the saddest political career. I feel bad for him. One term, and neither party wanted him.
Poor guy.
That's a shame.
It's like Justin Amash, but it's not.
except it's less successful.
Frankly, everyone bullied Justin Amash probably on Twitter enough to the point where he was like, okay, I'm not going to run for president.
It's kind of, other stories kind of like that are in 2004, the Republicans basically forced Ralph Hall to become a Republican.
Right, yeah, the delay man, dude. They were like, we're going to kneecap you unless you
become a Republican or you're done.
And then he was like, okay, fine, I basically am one anyway. But no, yeah, Justin Amash, I think, is probably the first modern presidential candidate on Twitter whose majority of his tweets got ratioed.
Kelly Loeffler, excuse me?
Presidential Jackson.
Yeah. See, I don't know how to feel about Kelly. I don't know how to feel about her.
She's terrible.
She is terrible. I admit she is an awful candidate. She is doing a terrible job. She's getting ratioed in every tweet. But at the same time, I kind of respect.
Did you guys know her husband? Her husband owns the New York Stock Exchange.
Share of the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
All that's bad. But at the same time, I can't help but kind of respect that she does not seem to care about this one bit. And it's just not, she's just going business as normal.
But even before the whole insider trading, her ads were still really, really wooden.
Oh, they were awful.
I'm, on the Democratic side, but I honestly respect Doug Collins for making a mockery of, remember that Loeffler's ad about the hunting where she wore an $8,000 outfit to go hunting and didn't hold the gun properly?
And it's even worse than you thought.
Yeah.
No, that's what doesn't work when you try to act like you're connected with rural voters as a rich suburbanite. Like John Kerry
With
tried
a
to do
private
that.
jet too.
Or-
That's
Yeah.
the culture.
The
Picture
Paris
got leaked to
skiing.
John Kerry trying to go duck hunting or something, and it just backfired.
Yeah.
Well, what killed John Kerry was the parasailing. That's what really.
The what?
Every
Parasailing.
candidate has every candidate has the bane of their existence. I mean, just look at Dukakis with the tank, for example.
Well, you don't remember the parasailing app. So basically, they got a video of John Kerry parasailing, which is already
yeah,
a very
I read about
affluent
it.
white activity, and then he used it to say that he was flipping left and right. So the parasailing would go left and right, like, and he would say, like, because the whole
Yeah, I
his whole
know.
idea was John Kerry was flip flopping, right? So he
Yeah, I
was
read
using
about
the
that in the
parasailing.
2004 book.
It was genius. It was brilliant.
I mean, all in all, Kerry did pretty well, all things considered. in
Against a
2004.
wartime president, yeah.
He outperformed the fundamentals significantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although he underperformed the exit polls that actually showed him winning the election.
Well,
The
obviously that was because
That's one
Diamond
of
hacked
the
the election
biggest
machine.
things. It's one of the biggest things they talk about in the 2004 Center for Politics book is just how inaccurate the exit polls were. So
Well,
going
there's
back,
two schools of thought. I've had people seriously tell me, people who don't know what they're talking about, that Diebold hacked the Ohio voting machine. That's why Bush won it by like 100,000 votes.
That's too many votes. If it was like 1,000 votes, I mean, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But that's too many votes to just switch.
Yeah.
Even for Russians to do.
I mean,
Well, got voted on in
it's
Congress.
not as close as Florida 2000 when the New York Times determined
Okay, that
they
was
actually
pretty
counted-
clearly.
If they had actually counted all the ballots in Florida properly and
Gore would have
included
won. Yeah.
non-court rejected ones, Gore would have won by 3 votes. I'm not joking. Like actually 3 votes out of multi.
I mean, yeah, the Supreme Court basically just got angry and tired with. I mean, didn't Roberts and George Conway and a bunch of those other people get a bunch of people to scream outside of the places where they were counting the votes to just make everybody angry?
No,
Well,
I was reading in the 2000 book that in 2000 you had voters with poor eyesight that didn't know who they were voting for. They couldn't see the candidates, or
also that hanging Chad ballot was just terrible.
The butterfly ballot with the little
Butterfly
arrow
ballot,
pointing
they
and all
would
that.
a good
vote
idea.
for the wrong candidate, or they would vote for 2 candidates. I mean, you had this lady. There was this one story. This lady couldn't see. She's like, I can't read my ballot, so she wrote on it, I can't read the ballot. Please cast my vote for Bush. And when it went through the machine, they wouldn't have read it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they said was a big problem with the Southern Florida Jewish retirement communities that Lieberman generated considerable enthusiasm amongst them. They all voted, but a lot of their ballots ended up not being counted or voted incorrectly because of the butterfly ballots. And I guess it just shows you how little changes like that can really seriously affect the outcome of close elections.
I mean, at least they didn't use voting machines like Georgia is doing.
Also, I have a quick update. I don't know where Populism Updates was saying 77% reporting. It looks like right now, according to the South Carolina SOS, it's actually 0% reporting. Yeah, Jimmy Bales
Might have been trolling.
there are only 1,400 votes. So Johnson is up by 75%, but barely any of the votes is reported. So I would give it some more time. I would be pretty shocked if an incumbent state legislator who's represented the seat since the 90s, I think, would lose by that much of a margin.
Oh, is this the Yang Gang primary?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, he first won election to this seat in 1998, and he's held it ever since. I highly doubt he would just randomly lose his primary.
Then again, though, $1,000 a month, it's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, he is also advanced in age for a state legislator. He's 84 years old, so.
If I can jump in for a second with Georgia Senate update, 2 things. First, Ossoff is up to 46.6% as he continues to approach 50%. But there is some cause for concern to Ossoff, as Paul McCrary, who's a contributor to Elections Daily, pointed out to me. Ossoff led significantly in the early vote in Clayton County. As results came in, his margin started to gradually shrink a bit. Ossoff maintained his majority in Clayton. If he continues to underperform the early vote in Atlanta area counties, where only the early vote has really been reported so far, like Gwinnett and Cobb, that's going to hurt his ability to get above that critical 50% threshold.
It's
Right.
kind of strange if he actually underperforms in his home base. You would think that if such a strong performance around the whole state would lead pundits to predict that he would do very well in Atlanta, in his home region. If he's doing so well outside, you would expect the uniform swing, and he would do
And
well
none
in
of
his
Muskogee
home
is
region.
too.
Also, Green's lead has increased again. I think she's at 45% now.
How many votes do you have cast overall? Because I have her at 40 with 60,611 cast.
Oh yeah, she's at 42 now. So yeah, I read it wrong.
How many votes is that?
She has 18,529 votes.
Yeah, I have her 24,307. Are you getting off the New York Times?
No, I don't have any money, so I can't go on New York Times. So Politico is what I'm stuck with, and Politico is very slow. So.
Oh, I have DDHQ has her at 40. And just to get back to that point I was hitting earlier, to reiterate, she continues to have the counties that she's doing best in are the ones that have turned out the most so far. So that's a margin you can expect to drop over time. Which I'm sure Eric is delighted to hear that's a dropping margin. Actually,
I know. Quick update out of West Virginia. I know the 3rd district isn't competitive at all this cycle, but the Democratic House primary there is very close, really, really close. If you want to give it a look, Lacey Watson is leading Hillary Turner there by just about 0.5%. So it's the most competitive race there at the moment. And in other news, Paula Jean Swearingen's margin is continuing to go down. Right now, she's only up 39.3 to 31. So if you round that, that's only a 39 to 32 lead, 6%. So I think
Mason just dumped. Ojeda's up by 7 there, fully.
I think it was good for us not to call the Senate primary yet, because Swearingen's margins have only been decreasing as Richie Robb does well in Kanawha and the surrounding area, and Ojeda does well in the southeastern part of southern West Virginia in the coal fields where he used to represent in the state Senate.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I think Swearingen will still be able to win, obviously, but I think
it could be
a little bit longer. It's definitely going to be closer, because if you look, there's more votes still out.
Especially in the coal fields, too.
Yeah, and in Kanawha County, where Richie Robb is putting up huge margins as well. More votes out there than there are in Monongalia and Jefferson.
Yeah.
And in the gubernatorial primary, kind of how the coalition's remaining the same. Salongo is doing incredibly well in Kanawha and the surrounding regions, home county. He's also doing well in most of southern West Virginia, apart from the 3 counties that compose Ron Stallings' Senate district, where Stallings has strong regional support, especially in his home county of Boone County. And then obviously Smith is doing well up north in the similar regions like Monongalia, Collegetown, and on the border of Maryland with those exurbs that Swearingen was doing very well in.
Now, a question is, there's no way to see how the Constitution Party primary is going in West Virginia, because I would love to see how Don Blankenship is doing in coal country. After, is he going to blow up the whole opposition, proverbially? Sorry.
I mean, I'm just looking to more.
Didn't blow him up. Remember? Don Blankenship claimed that Obama blew up the mine and put him in jail.
And Manchin.
Yeah, so
Obama blew it up and Manchin put him in jail.
Obama's going to blow up his opposition.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to his next campaign ad. I mean, they were just super charismatic.
I will ditch cocaine Mitch for the sake of the kids.
Really, really, it makes me sad because he deleted his campaign YouTube account, so there's no more of those ads anymore.
Oh yeah. See, I would love to watch a
I love
campaign.
joking about For the Sake of the Kids.
Oh yeah, I would love to watch a primary of something between Greg Gianforte and Don Blankenship.
No, that's a 2032 Republican primary for president.
Because Gianforte would try to go for an uppercut, and then Don Blankenship would just toss a grenade at him or something like that.
Oh, this is.
Look, could you imagine that Republican primary for president, Giant Force versus Blankenship?
It would be a Democratic landslide in November, though. So
Yeah, that's true.
Even with
Well,
AOC.
Yeah, it would be, honestly.
AOC versus Blankenship. Oh lord.
All right, back on topic.
Hey, everyone's gonna vote for Blankenship for the sake of the kids.
For the sake of the yeah, it has to be for the sake of the
Yeah,
kid.
like 70-year-old. Never mind.
Yeah. It's gonna create jobs for West Virginia people.
Honestly, a scenario like that with two relative candidates that most of America view as toxic, you could end up seeing a strong independent.
Oh yeah, definitely. Then Bloomberg would like try and run when he's like 90.
if he's alive, yeah.
Yeah, or like Matt Cuban.
Schultz will finally make his bid.
Oh
Well,
god.
Bloomberg has enough money; he could like probably transfer his consciousness into a robot or something. I mean,
Yeah.
it's probably a more productive enterprise to try that than to run for president again.
Maybe Andrew Yang would run again in that scenario.
Andrew Yang would be an appealing compromise candidate.
Between the body
The two
slammer
extremes.
and like the guy who blew up a mine, and then AOC.
Actually, the funniest ad of the cycle, the Senate cycle, was not from Don Blankenship. It was from Pat Morrissey. Pat Morrissey's best ad was this mountain ad where he was like, he's like literally the ad, they pick up a mountain and then they drop it on the DC Capitol building. And it's like, it has to be seen to be believed, frankly.
Yeah, I just remember Joe Manchin's ad with him shooting the bad law. I forget which one it was with the gun. He really
The
loves that.
cap and
thing.
trade
Oh,
bill.
he's done that one twice.
Yeah,
He did it
There you go.
with the
He tends
cap
to
and
do
trade
that.
bill in
He
2010.
tends to do that with any legislation that he views as unpopular in West Virginia.
yeah. No, it's
It
true.
works. I mean,
No, the best ads.
It does work, honestly.
The best ads of 2018, unquestionably, were Brian Kemp's, and then also the guy who ran against Paul Gosar in Arizona with his entire family and
That was
unendorsing him.
That's just kind of mean, honestly.
Oh,
There
he
was
was-
a similar thing in Wisconsin in the primary there, Republican primary between Kevin Nicholson.
oh
and
yeah,
Mayor.
yeah.
Yeah, Nicholson was a Democrat. He actually attended the 2000 convention with his parents, and you ended up having his parents donate the maximum possible value to Tammy Baldwin in the gym.
that's funny.
Polls are closed in Nevada.
Oh, okay, yeah.
7
Have they
o'clock.
really? Really? It's 11 o'clock already? Like my time is so messed up being on the West Coast.
No, it's not 11.
2010.
No, it's 10.
10 right now, yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay,
polls
I
in
was going
Nevada
off
actually.
I was going off what John said in the chat.
I'm in the state of Jackson.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
your state.
Can we
The
talk
most
about how if
politically boring state in the country.
if John Barrow won that Secretary of State race, that there wouldn't be
That's just
likely
not
would
even-
not be all
I
these
wish-
Let's not go there. It's too painful.
election shenanigans.
I just wish John Barrow could have ended up being a senator or something.
Yeah, or even just stayed in his
He would have
Congress
been
seat.
a very good senator.
Yeah, no, but it's even more based as Speaker of the House, John Barrow.
Oh,
With his Smith and Wesson.
No, I think Joe Crowley should have been Speaker of the House. I'm still mad that AOC won that primary. Sorry to our progressive viewers.
Yeah, he really did not see that one coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like nobody
Oh,
voted. in
speaking of that, what do you
primary,
think? What do you think of?
Yeah, it was
Elliot
very good
Engel? Is Elliot Engel going to lose to Jamal Adams?
I think he legitimately could now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could too.
Why
yeah, I
does
think Brown definitely gets at least 40% now, but I don't know. I don't know if he's a favorite to win yet.
I discussed the various dynamics in this district last week on our podcast, But just looking at this district, Elliot's really in trouble more than anything else, also because he keeps putting his foot in his mouth. But it's an area that's been traditionally a mix it's been most in the past a mix of wealthier suburbanites in the Scarsdale area. People still make jokes around where I am about Scarsdale all gutting their shop class in favor of class as on how to negotiate with general contractors. And sorry, I told you my jokes get worse. And Yonkers, which has gone from more white working class to increasingly diverse, increasingly Hispanic. And then the Bronx, which has always been the Democratic anchor of this district, which is just, which has even more than already was to diversify. So really, this is a district that, since Engel has started to represent it, has gotten more diverse. Every part of it more willing to support progressives. But it's not like he's a Joe Crowley situation where he totally got his seat by virtue of knowing the right guy at some point. The district doesn't look anything like what it was when he started to represent it. But Bowman is the most serious challenger he's ever had, and he's certainly in for a close race.
Yeah. The good news for Ron Stallings is, even though he only has regional support in this primary for governor, his Senate seat isn't up this cycle, so he can reestablish his base and run for re-election to the Senate without really damaging his career or losing the seat for the Democrat. I'm actually going to project Swearingen winner at this point.
Oh, thank you. Good.
We're like 60% in. It's getting closer.
I just don't know if there's enough votes left for Ojeda.
Yeah, there's not enough votes left for Ojeda to win. Plus, if you look at the, if you want to follow the trend, there's only one remaining county that hasn't reported votes in the southeastern part of the state. The middle part of the state is clearly dedicated to Richie Robb, and the north to Swearingen. So at this point, I think it can only get better for Swearingen.
Actually would be cool to see how much protest vote is there. If you remember, McDowell is like one of the only one of those coal counties that actually ended up voting for Manchin last time. He lost Mingo and by 12 points each or whatever. So
what time is it on
I
the East
expect
Coast?
that random guy to get like 12% there at least. But,
Is it 10 o'clock on the East Coast?
10:08.
Yeah, it's 10:08. Yeah.
Well, you were really detached from
Yes,
your
I
normal
am.
time zone. I don't know.
I am detached from it because my mind's been messed up by the Western time zone.
I think we can all agree that Richie Robb emergence wasn't really expected by anyone. That's like a regional thing. I mean,
yeah, because he was the former mayor of South Charleston, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did very well in Kanawha. I mean, the regional divides are one of the most interesting parts of this whole primary, essentially.
You know, what's really interesting in South Carolina is in Pickens County, Pickens County, Graham's only at 57, and Spartanburg, Graham's only at 48. You know, I was wondering what you guys think about that. Is there some kind of anti-Graham protest vote? Because, I mean, he's become pretty Trumpy these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the question is from which side of the ideological spectrum?
I mean, what makes it interesting is that the upstate is where Graham is from, and he's represented it, which is why I'm not expecting any kind of protest vote to come from there. Because, I mean, in, you know, the more ancestral Dem Trumpy areas like Chesterfield and Kershaw, Graham is, you know, above 75 in most of those counties.
Yeah, should I kind of go over that? I think I talked about this some, but go over it real quick again, or have I kind of gone through that way too much?
Keep
educating. Okay, so the basic thing that I seem to have figured out from this is that I said that before the election that the areas to look at would be Charleston, Columbia, and Greenville, Spartanburg, because those would be the urban areas to look at. Historically, Lindsey Graham has done pretty poorly in primaries. Usually he got 58% in 2014. He got a third of the vote siphoned away to a single challenger in 2008. This time, I think I figured out why this candidate is doing really well, specifically in Greenville. And it's not because Greenville is turning blue. It's not. If you look at even the gubernatorial race or the elections, it really didn't have much of a difference. Or even Trump, it didn't change that much from Trump. What the candidate that seems to be doing really well, Michael LaPierre, is from Pickens. He has a farm near Pickens.
Okay.
Yeah. But also, I don't know if any of you have ever been to Greenville. There's a lot of religious conservatives in the area. Yeah, this is where Bob Jones University is. My family, both sides of my family came from independent fundamental Baptists. And my grandmother lived in Greenville for quite a while and taught at a local college, independent, like that. There's just a lot of religious stuff over here. And Michael LaPierre is running a very traditional religious conservative campaign, specifically on social issues. Lindsey Graham is not conservative enough on social issues. He's not conservative enough on fiscal issues. He's not supportive of Trump enough. And also his website had it that he was a bad influence, that he was using curse words too often, and that we want leaders that are statesmen. We don't want leaders that are politicians, and like that sort of thing, right? This sort of traditional, they're trying to merge, he's trying to merge the traditional Southern conservative, social conservative of we want politicians that are religious and conservative, full spectrum conservative, and just generally decent people who can be role models for our kids, right? The problem is he has to merge it with also supporting Trump, which leads to some kind of incoherence on the website. But from my perspective, that's what it seems to be, is that he's just running really well among religious conservatives, because I think that makes more sense than just inexplicably Lindsey Graham pulling 77% of the vote, doing better in Charleston than he did statewide. I think that makes more sense as a regional divide, a religious holdover, than it does it being a massive protest vote because they don't like Trump. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I just my general feel of the area from my experience. And he's doing specifically very well in Spartanburg. I'd be interested to see the precinct map to see if he's just doing well in like urban Spartanburg or if he's doing really good in rural Spartanburg County, because there is the city and there's also the county.
Right.
I know the city of Greenville voted a Democratic city council in for the first time in a while in the 2018 elections. Again, that's going to have to be a precinct level thing. I can't do QGIS, so that's going to have to be up to someone else to kind of examine that. Well,
it's doable. The problem with West Virginia is that, according to Miles, so many of the counties still use fax machines to file their precinct.
Oh, well, this is South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, West Virginia is kind of on the level of Mississippi in terms of efficiency of elections.
Yeah, Mississippi is just a PDF. South Carolina is annoying though, because it takes a while to load each county.
Mississippi is the PDF is not even really accessible. Like the PDF is formatted in such an archaic way that if you put it through a PDF converter, it'll just have an aneurysm.
Yeah. I mean, I know I'm going to do a map and map charts. I'm going to compare how he did in this election to how he did in other elections. He is running exceptionally strong in the center of the state. He's running very well in Florence, which is a fairly large county. I think it was an Obama county, or if it was not, it was a county that was very close in 2008 and 2012, and that Trump won by a reasonably large margin in 2016. He's doing very well there. He's doing very well in like Calhoun County, Orangeburg. I think he's doing well in some of the coastal areas, like he's doing well in Jasper. So actually minority counties that are majority minority, he's doing very well there. Obviously, mostly those are white Republicans voting in primaries, not minority individuals. But
looking at the West Virginia State Senate results out of Stallings District, it just bothers me looking at it from Ojeda's career standpoint why he would resign his Senate seat. It's one of the, frankly, with all due respect to Ojeda, one of the dumbest political decisions I've ever seen. Because that district is a state Senate district that's still favorable to the Democrats on that level. It's one that he would be able to win for the foreseeable future by pretty stable margins. And he kind of gave it up.
Yeah, and especially given that they replaced, Ojeda, who's an outspoken progressive Democrat, with, a Jim Justice type Democrat. So from his perspective, that's a downgrade.
Yeah, Paul Hardesty is the other one. I mean, Ojeda was Stallings' colleague in the
Yeah. He's told me good things about him.
Yeah, and they're both performing strongly in that region in their respective primaries. But he was replaced by a guy named Paul Hardesty, looking at it right now, and never held office before. He endorsed Donald Trump in the 2016 election.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, fits the district, but. I believe he would be up for election this time around. So we'll see if he manages to survive or not.
So what's our baseline for how we think Paula Jean is going to do in November? I mean, what's her floor? Because she honestly probably has a pretty low floor.
I'd say her floor is probably 25.
She's probably going to
the two-party vote, I guess. And her high is probably like 38. So
she's probably going to be the lowest performing statewide candidate in West Virginia.
Yeah.
Great. She's going to be Natalie
Easily. She's going to far underperform Salongo in the governor's race, and
They're
even
going to
far underperform Purdue, Tennant, and other row office nominees. Bob Beach is running for ag commissioner. Yeah, not very good. She's very bad. She could lose.
In the Eastern Panhandle, there are probably going to be a considerable amount of Biden Capito voters. Not very many, but some. Who
Yeah. I mean, in 2014, Capito won 62 to 35. And a lot of this was with 50 to 60% votes in most of the counties. The map isn't nearly as blood red if you look at it as Trump's was. There's she hadn't even gotten close to maxing out her votes in some of those rural counties.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, looking at it, Senate races are hard to win, even for good candidates in West Virginia. Natalie Tennant literally lost every county and lost by a very large margin to Capito in 2014. But in 2016, she only narrowly lost re-election as SOS and won a ton of typically conservative areas on the same day. Trump was putting up a huge 42-point margin in the state. So that's another disadvantage. On top of being too left of the state and being relatively poor Senate candidate, she also has the nuisance, I would say, of running for Senate, which is easily going to be the hardest office for Democrats to win, or for any party to win in a state that is not simpatico with their beliefs.
And it's unlikely that Manchin will endorse, right? Or if anything,
I doubt it, given that she
ran against him in the primary.
Because Manchin respects his colleague.
Yeah.
And obviously, Swearingen's complete opposite of Manchin, and she tried to primary Manchin, so Manchin's not going to help. Manchin is going to be helping Salongo in the governor's race, and presumably some of these down ballot row office candidates like Purdue, Tennant, Beach, and others in more of his mold. But
and he should probably stay out of the presidential race just because of
I mean, Hillary only won 26% of the vote in 2016, and there's still some room to decline in some of those areas if you just look at it. I mean,
looking again at Ron Stallings' colleague here, and trying to see who he's running against in this election. Oh, he's not running. Never mind. He decided to not run. Here's just an interim appointment. So this is actually going to be an interesting race, West Virginia. 2 state representatives against each other, Ralph Rodrigo and Rupert Phillips. I'm curious to see if that seat ends up.
I apologize to interrupt. I have to head out, but
right,
I'm not be able to be back on the
stream. The stream, our coverage ends at 4 hours anyway.
In 4 hours, okay. And I'll
our video coverage
part for the Nevada part on the Twitter platform at least. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Cool. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Yeah. All right, I think I managed to pull up a precinct map of Spartanburg County. If you want to see that, to kind of see the Lindsey Graham stuff I was talking about, it doesn't seem like
as soon as we get election data in from these results, I'm going to start making some maps. So
Yeah, but like they have a live precinct map on the South Carolina Votes website, the election website. To me, it looks like it's not LaPierre doing really well in Spartanburg. It kind of seems to me like actually there's a candidate, Dale Buckner, that's doing pretty well in Spartanburg. Kind of a weird split in some of these places, but it seems like LaPierre is doing well in some of the outer counties or in some of the outer precincts. Like here, I'll pull it up real quick because it's. I don't think this is some sort of urban revolt of Trump skeptical Republicans against Lindsey Graham. All the blue is Lindsey Graham. Here we go. Yeah, all the blue is Lindsey Graham. The green is LaPierre, and then these gray ones are, I don't think they're all the way in yet, but like there's a few inner city ones that are kind of weird, where you've had some weird candidates, but they only have a handful of votes. I mean, you can see here it's not a huge turnout. 82 of 98 precincts, but it just seems to me like this is more LaPierre doing really well in these outer areas. You see, he's pulling 37% in some of these rural counties out for precincts. Like he's pulling really, really good margin. Like this one right here, he almost won. The point is, it's not in the city. I think that's the answer to the underperformance issue. If I were Graham, I wouldn't be concerned.
People are getting mad at the projection I made for Lindsey Graham because apparently I picked a horrible photo of him. I admit I kind of did that on purpose, and I accidentally made a typo too, where I called Nancy Mace a man by accident. But, these kinks will be worked out by November, but it just tells you the personality of Twitter when you have like 30 people commenting "she" as if I didn't mean to put "she" and accidentally forgot the S as a typo.
I do have to admit, when I made PowerPoints describe important 2018 races for the club I'm in, I did intentionally use a photo of Bill Nelson from 1973.
Yeah. Well, our projection of Swear Engine is getting a ton of likes. So that was probably a good pick. If that holds up, that'll boost our credibility. And probably going to project Salongo winner too here in a little bit because it's kind of the reverse. Salongo still has a ton of votes in his home base of Kanawha County, but Smith is running out of votes in the northern part of the state. So, and obviously Stallings can't do anything outside of his home district. So.
I am so surprised at how well Ossoff is doing. I mean, I knew that he would be the nominee, but I was kind of shocked. I guess I'm still dealing with my anger about 2017 because I really cared about that race. And I guess I was sort of on the impression that, I mean, I know he's from the state and everything, and he was the front runner, that he wouldn't do as well as he did, but he's doing really well. So that's, I mean, he's already pretty close without, all the Atlanta counties coming in. So that's a personal, I'm a little bit, mildly surprised about that. So.
Is Arvin still here? It looks like he's frozen.
I am still here. I don't know what's going on with my camera, but nope, still not there. I can leave and then come back.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Your camera seems to have been frozen for a while.
Here,
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll come back, guys.
Yep, you're back and you're live.
Okay, lovely.
I think that resolved that. Does anyone know when we can expect results from North Dakota and Nevada to start coming in?
What are we looking for in North
There's
Dakota?
zero interesting elections going on in North Dakota so far. So.
Yeah, I mean, Burgum's gonna easily win the governor's race.
Yeah,
and-
I'm being frank. Like, there literally are no competitive primaries in
Well,
Yeah.
you know, there's a Democratic primary to lose to what's his face.
Exactly, though, to lose. That's the point. It's not going to be, it doesn't have any implications.
Well, yes.
Hmm.
It seems to be a consensus on Twitter that it really is bad news for some down ballot Democrats that you have Sparrow as the nominee for Senate.
This is like a Corey Stewart level implosion for Democrats in West Virginia.
I know.
Strongly agree.
Literally all the Democrats in vulnerable state house and Senate seats and all the Democrats running to reclaim row offices are probably like, oh God.
They all better endorse the Republicans like now if they want to win.
I mean, in the words
you do have that Jim Justice, Republican senator. I was just reading about him, or a Democratic senator from Logan County that replaced Ojeda, Paul Hardesty.
Yeah.
His webs, if he strongly supports Trump, yet he's a Democrat.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like that Jim Justice mold that you only really see in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, still in the words of David Cameron, this really is an omni shambles for West Virginia Democrats.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the row office candidates should be able to somewhat hold their own, but it's definitely not good. But I wouldn't say that people like John Perdue are automatically going to lose re-election or not.
No, I think he'll still win.
Race. Because if you think about it, Tennant almost won re-election and Perdue won, and the Ag Commission race was still close on the same night that it voted for Trump by 42 points as a state. That's far worse than because Clinton performed about as poorly as you'd expect.
Yeah, no, Hillary was definitely like the floor, I think.
Yeah.
For the short term.
Swearingen will probably end up getting somewhere around what Clinton got.
Yeah, I'm thinking high 20s for
Yeah,
Swearingen.
very, very bad for Swearingen.
I believe we had a comment mentioned.
I wonder
that,
if Biden can get more votes than Swearingen, honestly.
Ooh.
Oh, apparently Mitch Carmichael, the Senate president, is down in his primary.
In where?
West Virginia.
Oh, wow.
Ojeda hates him, I know that. For some reason.
Oh.
Although
for
Ojeda
some
hates
reason.
everybody, to be honest. Man's just itching for a fight.
I feel like Ojeda is. Wait, did you say the state Senate president?
Yeah.
What's his district?
Mitch Carmichael, let me see.
Oh wait, no, I have our campaign. So never mind.
The 4th district of something. I mean, they're multi-member in some of them, so I don't exactly know what the
I
number
know,
thing
but
is.
I think Class B is up this time. Class B was last elected.
Is that? I thought multi-member districts were illegal.
No, not in West Virginia, and in New Jersey has multi-member assembly districts too.
I think doesn't Maryland have some too? I know Vermont.
All of the New Jersey assembly seats are multi-member. You have 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats in November, and the top 2 finishers, regardless of the party, are seated. West Virginia works like the U.S. Senate. You have Class A and Class B. Class A was up in 2018. I had Class B in 2016. So the Class B seats are up this year.
Which I think is a bit ridiculous because you have a permanent class of midterm seats and a permanent class of presidential election seats. So there are candidates. But not in West Virginia, because it probably sees a fairly consistent record. But in other states, you'd imagine that a similar system would just result in a certain class of politicians who could only survive in one year and not the other, or retaining seats because of that.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but looking at Mitch Carmichael, his closest race in his whole career was last cycle. He only won by 1.7%, which was his narrowest margin ever. So.
Oh, interesting.
I think.
Where in West Virginia is Mitch Carmichael from?
He's from. Oh, he represents a district right on the western side of Kanawha County. So
Okay.
Kanawha County, Rowan County. Yeah, it looks like his home. Yeah, Mason County and Jackson County both voted Democratic. But in 2020, let me see who he's facing in 2020. That would be kind of embarrassing if he lost his primary. So he's being challenged by State Representative Jim Butler. I wonder if he would actually lose that primary. So. Yeah, I think it's also safe to project Ben Salongo as winner of the primary for governor, so I'm going to do that real quick.
Can you imagine if Keith Judd, the felon, ran for president again this time?
No, that guy should run for a state office.
Yeah, he should run for Secretary of State if Tennant loses.
Imagine, we should have Don Blankenship run for a row office.
As what, though? As a Democrat? God, no.
No, as a member of
Party.
the Constitution Party.
No, as a Republican.
Oh, well, remember briefly Blankenship was a Democrat. He switched his registration, and I thought Ojeda and Blankenship were going to duke it out in the primary, which I would have watched that with popcorn.
That would have had shades of South Carolina 2008 or Tennessee 2012, I think, when Democrats nominated.
Yeah.
When they nominated hard right paleo conservatives who slipped through their primary somehow.
Bob Conley was just a conservative guy. Like Mark Clayton in Tennessee was just an anti-gay, homophobic extremist, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the Tennessee Democratic Party was like, do not vote for this guy.
Yeah, I think Conley was a Ron Paul libertarian sort of, but obviously with the other sorts of. Who's the other one? Oh, the one I will never get over is Alvin Green winning the South Carolina primary.
It's really fucking weird, right? But like, what did he do?
Well, Alvin Green won the Senate primary in 2010 in South Carolina against this was to go against DeMint for Senate, and they had a credible Democrat, not like credible as in the candidate wouldn't get blown out, but Green won because his name was first alphabetically on the ballot. And so he only got 28% of the vote. 9% went to a Green Party candidate. Like DeMint actually won Columbia, the county that Columbia is in. It's a very embarrassing map, to say the least.
So per decision desk, John Ossoff is now at 47.24%. with 27.76% reporting.
Yeah, he'll probably get to 50 outright.
Yeah, because DeKalb and Douglas, let me look, because this map is annoying. Yeah, DeKalb, Douglas, other counties across the state aren't posting yet, so I think he'll easily get to 50%.
And the one thing that gives me pause, though, if I'm Ossoff and I'm looking at these results, what gives me pause is there's no votes in for Muskogee, and Muskogee is, in the purest sense, Tomlinson's base, because that's all.
She was the mayor there, yeah.
Just there, and, Tomlinson is really able to sufficiently run up the score in Muskogee. That could be the difference between Ossoff getting that coveted 50% threshold.
The thing is, though, that in Muskogee, there simply aren't enough votes there for Tomlinson to make that up. She'd have to get like 90% of the vote in Muskogee for that to happen.
that's a fair point. Columbus is a mid-sized city. Obviously, Georgia too, to meet the standard, or has to have of Columbus plus Albany plus Macon.
Right.
But if Ossoff underperformed the election day, and don't forget he did underperform the early vote versus the election day a bit in Clayton. If he does that in Fulton, DeKalb, but he doesn't run up the score to the degree he needs to, the margin of Muskogee could make a difference. And even if Tomlinson isn't hitting some obscenely high number there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because Tomlinson is doing fairly well in the counties immediately around Muskogee: Chattahoochee, Marion, Schley, Harris. So.
Right. I mean, she's
I
being
expected her to do better.
Chattahoochee, so.
I expected her to do better in, further south in Southwest Georgia, towards Plains and towards Americus and towards Albany.
Right. Well, Doherty, which is Albany, hasn't reported a single vote yet, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Wait, Doherty's already, most of it's in, I think. Ossoff is leading quite convincingly.
Oh, I'm on DDHQ, which doesn't have him, which doesn't have any votes in there.
They're behind, I think.
Yeah, no, on the New York Times, Doherty's already in. 22 out of 28 precincts.
Yeah, DDHQ was behind by a little bit.
Did Sanford Bishop endorse in this primary?
That's a good question.
Frankly, I think he would have been a great candidate, but he's too conservative to win a primary.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he'd be an excellent candidate. He managed to hold that seat back when it was majority. I think it was actually majority white at that point, or at least
it voted for Bush for sure. Yeah.
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 I mean, he's, as far as Democrats. I mean, I'm a conservative. As far as Democrats go, he's not bad.
I mean, he has an A from the NRA, right, which is a non-starter in modern Georgian Democratic primaries.
I think he's also relatively pro-life, or kind of.
I think so.
He's pro. I'm not sure, but he's very outspoken about his faith, which I think at some point, and Drew Savicki wrote an article on that for.
About how he and Butterfield and Thompson overperform, with white voters. Yeah.
Sorry, but I will also add on Bishop that he's represented 3 iterations of Georgia 2. And this is the current one he represents, the only iteration that didn't vote for Trump. I mean, he's held areas that have been trending away from Democrats within.
Oh, yeah.
So he really does have.
I think the strongest candidate slate for the specials would have been Abrams in one seat and either Barrow or Bishop in the other, because they would have been able to drag out every single Democrat who was potentially willing to vote for either one of them across the state.
Right.
But apparently, according to Niles, the Atlanta Democratic establishment doesn't like Barrow's, I'm a Democrat, but I won't bite you shtick that he does.
So he kind of to be fair, he kind of had to do it. I mean,
the 12th district is, not friendly territory.
I mean, he and Jim Marshall were 2 central Georgia Democrats, Jim Marshall actually wrote an article in the National Review, very conservative, like the conservative newspaper, explaining why he opposed Obamacare. He very much tried to position himself as a conservative, and it failed in that election, but it kind of held on for Barrow for a while.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is also the 8th at that time. I mean, it had Macon in it, which Jim Marshall was the mayor of it. But those counties to the south were trending, they were already much further along in their journey to becoming solid Republican than a lot of those counties in the 12th. And Barrow was able to survive that, because he was running around with his gun and stuff like that a lot. And then the gerrymandering in 2012 is arguably what did him in, because his district previously was primarily an East Georgia district, centered around. I don't remember if it had Savannah or Athens at the time, but it was, primarily a black belt centered district. Whereas in the new redistricting, they turned it and they, put some ruby red counties in the south with it that he kind of squeaked by in 2012 with, but in 2014 that just simply the math wasn't there for him anymore.
Well,
Actually,
it wasn't, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Actually, if you're curious, I have 2016 and 2018 results in Georgia broken down by the 2006 to 2012 districts. So if you want results from any of those districts, I'm happy to give them to you.
Oh yeah, what were the 8th and the 12th results?
Sure. Give me a sec. So for that iteration of the 8th, which today is 1 sec, which today is 55% white, 37% black, and of which whites are 59% of the citizen voting age population. Vote for Trump by 18. It voted for Isaacson by 25 over Jim Barksdale. It voted for whoever lost. Sorry, I voted for Chris Carr by 17. It voted for Duncan was the person who beat Amico for LG, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I voted for Duncan by 18, and then it voted for Kemp by 17.
Okay, and what about the 12th?
The 12th, which today is 48.5% white, 44.5% black, of which whites are 52.5% of the citizen voting age population, and blacks are 43% of the citizen voting age population. It voted for Isaacson by 5 over Barksdale. It voted for Hillary by 4 over Trump.
Oh, okay.
It voted for whoever lost to Carr by 3. It voted for Amico by 2, and it voted for Abrams by 4.
Okay, yeah. So that the 8th is a higher white population definitely, made things more difficult for Jim Marshall. And South Georgia is, much less Democratic now than East Georgia.
Mm-hmm. But one thing that was kind of helpful or interesting about Barrow was he was able to triangulate his support for social conservative, like pro-gun policies.
Oh yeah,
the infamous ad where he said he held his grandfather's gun that he used to stop off a lynching.
Yeah, that was a great ad.
Yeah, that was a brilliant ad. It didn't work, but it was a brilliant ad.
Was that in from 2014 or 2012?
I think it was from the one he lost, like the Candor ad.
I mean, he had an A+ from the NRA, right?
Yeah, it was like the Candor ad where he disassembled the rifle blindfolded.
Right. Yeah.
Like it was so impressive it kind of distracted from the fact that he was kind of supporting gun control, but he's like, I can disassemble a rifle blindfold, but I know gun. It worked.
I mean, the thing about Barrow is he's represented pretty much half the freaking state. They gerrymandered him, in so many different places. Which is why he was uniquely positioned to.
It was just hard for him to survive.
Harrison?
I believe when he was. I believe Barrow, when he was first elected in 2004, lived in Athens. He then moved to Savannah in 2006 to stay in his district, and then to Augusta in 2012.
Yeah, I think he's now back in Athens, because that's where his family's from.
Right. And staying on the topic of Georgia and looking at those Georgia 7 primary results, Rich McCormick and Carolyn Bordeaux are both just above 50% in their primaries, with McCormick leading 50.8 to 22.6 ahead of Renee Unterman, and Bordeaux leading 50.6 to 13.5 ahead of Brenda Romero. I have no idea who Brenda Romero is. Do any of you want to jump in on Brenda Romero?
No idea.
State legislator. She's in the Georgia.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Brenda Lopez Romero she's in the, I don't remember, she's in the state legislature, but she might be in the state house, I don't remember.
She was the first Latina to have ever been elected to the General Assembly in Georgia.
Yeah, so it was the General Assembly.
And it makes sense because she's from Gwinnett County. So that kind of makes sense. There's a large growth. I mean, that's one of the most diverse counties. It's a majority minority county at this point. And the district, the 7th district, is majority minority as well. It's a coalition seat, not a no individual race has a majority in that district or in the county.
Well, that gives me. Well, actually, that gives me a question. Actually gives me a question, which is, let's say in 2021, Georgia Republicans do a gerrymander and they redraw the Atlanta area to create 3 majority black seats for Johnson and Scott and Lewis, and they put Lucy McBath into a Trump plus 20 seat, for an example, and then make Georgia 7 and Georgia 11 significantly conservative. Well, what do you think? Sorry, what happens? Sorry, do you think the Democrats have a reasonable case for suing for a 4th VRA district based in Gwinnett County because of how diverse?
Well, I don't know if they definitely. I mean, logically, a map of Georgia should have the southwest seat for Bishop, and then at least 3 majority-minority seats in the Atlanta area. And
it's possible to draw another district where Barrow used to represent essentially that's a Democrat.
Yeah, you can draw the Barrow.
I've drawn one before. It's possible.
It's tough, and it's becoming increasingly difficult given how inelastic whites have become, but you can. It's not required. But I think that if the Georgia Republicans were smart, what they would do is just
sorry, Jackson, I accidentally muted you.
If they would concede the 6th as some kind of Northern Atlanta, Gwinnett, plurality white vote VRA thing, and then that way the 7th can go back into Forsyth and Hall and shore up whoever is there, and the same with the 11th, and the other seats are easy to manipulate.
All right, guys, I have a projection we're going to make here shortly in the 14th district. We're projecting that there's going to be a runoff between Marjorie Greene and John Cohen. No one is close to surmounting Greene in first place with about half the vote in, and John Barge is still a full 10 points behind Cohen. So I think it's fairly safe to say that Cohen's going to finish 2nd, and there will be a runoff forced here.
I was going to say about Georgia, I think the most likely, you can easily draw just 3 majority-minority seats in Atlanta and then split off the rest of into the mountains, which could be easier if you have a weak representative in the 14th and, Collins leaving his district. I think in the future, putting one in Gwinnett would be very smart because it's just so trending Democratic, it's hard to do it. But Northern Fulton, I don't think they'll give that one up because it's just not that blue yet. It's not even a majority Clinton area. It's still an area Trump won by a few percentage points, whereas they lost Gwinnett by.
Right, but by mid-decade, it could become a swing area, North Fulton.
Maybe. It depends on how far north, because you can easily split off the lower portion, which is the more liberal part.
Are you talking about Buckhead and like that area, or are you talking about like Milton, all the way up in the north?
I'm talking the first city past Atlanta. I'm trying to remember its name, but
Sandy Springs.
Sandy Springs is in 6, I think, right now.
There's let me pull up the Georgia map here, because the part of the further into Atlanta part of Northern Fulton is actually in 11. It's in the 11th district.
Yeah, Buckhead's in 11. That's where Kelly Loeffler lives, I think.
Yeah.
When she's not flying around in a private jet.
Yeah, let me pull this. Can you declare a jet your residence?
I don't know. I can't get why Brian Kemp thought that this really rich lady with a private jet is going to be what appealed to suburban people. Oh, yes, this is good.
Yeah, so
Brian Kemp should have just listened to Trump and appointed Doug Collins. I don't know why Brian Kemp was
he should have.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted to make inroads with suburban women and stuff,
he should have appointed Karen Handel then. Karen Handel would have been more toxic than Kelly Loeffler. I mean, yeah, she lost, but so did Martha McSally.
You can't handle it.
But what I was going to say is with Georgia is this portion right here is the more liberal portion.
Yeah.
Right up here it's still. I wouldn't give this up. You could easily lump this with Cherokee, pull us up into the mountain. Just dismantle the 14th. Just completely and totally destroy it.
Oh yeah, you could definitely crack Cobb with the 14th and the 11th.
Yeah.
And you could crack Gwinnett with the 9th and 10th as well.
Mm-hmm. They could honestly even throw Douglas. They don't need to have Douglas in the 14th. They could throw Douglas into at 3 or 14. Really, the stupid part of 6, and I mentioned this before. I get why they did it at the time. Was putting part of DeKalb into.
Oh yeah. No, I mean the thing is though, if you made 3 VRA seats, you'd literally the map would objectively just look dumb. Like it would be just a Bacon Mander after Bacon Mander after Bacon Mander of all those suburban seats. And John Roberts is kind of a hack when it comes to saying these things.
I think they're just going to solidify Lucy McBath's.
Yeah, I mean it would look more logical.
And then they'll draw the 7th district to be more favorable to Republicans.
Yeah, no, it would look better to a court to have the 6 just pack all of that central Fulton and northern DeKalb and part of eastern Cobb and maybe a bit of Gwinnett as well, and then that way the 7th can just take up all the red stuff in far northern Fulton and a little bit of Forsyth and the rest of Gwinnett maybe.
So here's one that I made a gerrymander they could possibly do. You have the 14th.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's pretty blatant.
Yeah, like the 11th, the 6th. It obviously it's not even remotely competitive. It's a Trump plus 22 seat. The 9th, the 10th. I mean, all these are pretty out of reach.
Yeah, that 9th is a war crime. I'm just saying.
that's horrible.
Is the two VRA competitive?
The sheer difference in demographics, racially in that 9th district.
The 2 VRA, I think I made it to be maximally. It voted Republican narrowly for senator, but for president, it was a +8 seat.
Yeah. Do you think the GOP is going to try to get rid of Bishop? I mean,
no, they can't.
I don't think they can. They definitely like to because it's quite easy to. I mean, if you do the pre-1992 version of the seat, it becomes immediately like Trump plus 20.
I'm pretty sure that's
a blatant VRA violation.
Yeah, VRA.
It's either going to be a 10-4. It's either going to be a very stable 10-4 map or an absurdly stable 9-5 map.
Yeah. Do you think they could trade Bishop's seat for a new VRA seat in Atlanta, though?
Can you trade for?
I mean, especially because when you draw it, you have to do some pretty blatant gerrymandering to actually keep the black voting age population above 50 in the Southwest.
Okay, let me try something. I don't know if this will work on this stream, but I'm going to try to.
Like, you can do it, but it involves, snaking around.
I like throwing another majority-minority district in Louisiana. It's not that hard, but if you do it wrong, it can easily become very difficult.
Did everyone see this one right? I'm going to try and draw the slide and see if that'll work.
The Barrow seat is easy, but, if you're trying to make it fair, you have to put in Columbia County, and then, you have to start making tentacles everywhere to get more rural black votes.
Like, this is 2016 right here. So, this is how 2016 went. Like, it's very easy to draw this part. I mean, basically, this is an entire seat. If you throw it here in the Cobb, I really think they need to, if you're making a fair map, I think DeKalb is entirely in a seat.
Yeah, DeKalb should just be one by itself because Johnson
would do gerrymander. Though, what I would do is I would say those 2 counties to the southeast of DeKalb. What are they? Henry and Rockdale, if I'm not mistaken. That's what they are. Mm-hmm. Henry and Rockdale. Is that correct?
That's a VRA seat, yeah.
Yeah, if you were to just throw Henry and Rockdale to the 10th and then replace that with voters in Gwinnett, you could potentially make a cleaner map.
Yeah. This is, I think, a pretty fair. Cobb gets its own seat. Gwinnett, this is a very safe Democratic seat at this point. It didn't even vote for Republican for Senate.
Is that 5 Atlanta Democratic seats?
Let's see. 5 is 59% black. This is oh, sorry. I'm going to turn off total population. It needs to be CVA.
Does it have to be citizen VAP?
It has to be CVAP. The Voting Rights Act goes off of CVAP, and for Hispanic districts, you even want to go off of CVAP is what you use for Hispanic as well.
Okay.
But yeah, 5 is 57% black. 13 is 60% black. 4 is 57% black, and then 7 is only 45% white.
7 would be something that like a white Democrat from the Atlanta area could represent, though.
Yeah, it'd be a John Ossoff type seat. The 12 would also be competitive. If you look at presidential races, it'd be very competitive. A 3-point Trump district, barely voted for McCain. And then 2 here. 2 is just getting really hard to draw as a safe Democratic seat.
Yeah, you have to make it look really ugly to do that.
Yeah. I don't
Not
like
necessarily, though.
I don't like 3 here, but I kept it in the mountains. This is a metro, kind of an emerging metro right around here. I do like 6. I think 6 is pretty good. I think this makes sense.
I mean, the thing is, 12, you can, if you wanted to make 12 safe, you could just make it evil gerrymander into Savannah, but that's just obvious at that point.
Yeah. Like, if you look at the partisan lean, like, there's not a whole lot to go off of in Georgia, but there's so many cities here you can't really.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, there's lots of big cities like Macon and Milledgeville and Augusta, but they're not big enough on their own to make a Democratic leaning district.
Let me try something here. So I have way too many VRA maps, if you can't tell.
I've been in the business of making non-VRA maps recently, like pre-1992 maps.
Interesting.
Just to compare and stuff. The Alabama one was evil in terms of how it used black voters.
Well, we recently did Armin, if you remember a few weeks ago, we did that Massachusetts Republican gerrymander.
Oh, yeah, that was fun, yeah.
That was fun.
I mean, yeah, all the people on Twitter who are like, Massachusetts is gerrymandered. I'm like, go to hell. I'm from Massachusetts, and you couldn't make a Republican district unless you gerrymandered it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've drawn ones that are relatively close as far as fair goes. Like, this is easily something you could do in South Georgia.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's, the belt, kind of. Honestly, it's a decent COI.
Yeah. I mean, that's 51%. And it's a Trump plus, I mean, it's a Clinton plus whatever. I mean,
13, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of going through here, so you kind of force this to be competitive.
So then what, 8 becomes a Valdosta-based seat?
Yeah. Eric, can I show you what I did on my fair map, which I think you might be interested in for...
Go ahead. I'll stop sharing here.
All right. Sounds good. So,
I've literally drawn a fair map of every state at this point using the 2018 numbers. I just can't put it into.
Actually, when you're done, because we've had arguments about this on the past, I would love to see your fair map of Arizona.
No,
we're planning a special for that at some point.
Yeah, we have a point counterpoint series coming out with me and Adam. I finished my article arguing why
I
this.
have to start mine. My school year's over on Thursday.
Yeah. I finished mine about why.
But anyhow, Eric, you've commented in the past you like this map, particularly. So I'm wondering if you all have any thoughts on this one. That second district there, as you can see, is 49.7% CVAP black.
Huh?
And it's not too ugly.
Oh, I can't see your screen. It's not loading up the.
Yeah, I can only see like your title screen.
Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can fix that. Can you see it? Oh, wait. Did the tab just close? Do you see it?
No. Oh, no. Here it is. Here we go. Let's add.
Okay.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Let me zoom out a bit.
Why do you take 2 far north? Also, 3 is kind of weird.
Remember correctly? Yeah, it's because Meriwether County is.
Is that to give Bob Trammell a place to run when Bishop retires?
What?
Well, Bob Trammell is the House Minority Leader in Georgia, and he's the only Democrat that represents a Trump Kemp seat, and that's his area. That's one of his counties, and so I was like, maybe.
I like one. I like the one stretches down from Savannah down the coast.
Yeah.
I tried to make one as clean as possible in terms of getting that whole coast, and whatever county this one is here. Yeah, Charleston County, and then Ware, because if you don't get Ware, it just looks ugly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not as ugly as those Massachusetts counties where they are not contiguous.
Oh yeah.
God!
Can I show you guys my masterpiece Arizona map?
Oh gosh. Yeah.
He says I have you beat with my Louisiana gerrymander.
Oh yeah, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Is it like a 7-2 or 8-1 Dem gerrymander or what? Like,
I have 4-2 Dem Louisiana. It's a masterpiece.
We need to get
Yeah.
Cameron on here. Cameron has done he's done majority Republican California and New York maps.
How do you do a majority Republican New York map? Like how?
It's very difficult, but he's done it. Like Adam can attest to it. He has done it.
He has. I've been working on an Excel algorithm to optimize precinct selection for extreme gerrymanders, which I've been utilizing on some of my maps recently. But yeah, it's very hard.
No magic is evil magic. It's just how you use it. I assume Adam won't be giving this formula to the New York Democratic Party. This is how I'll be sending mine off to the Republicans and be like, "Hey, use my."
Oh, is this a fair Louisiana? Also, what?
No, this is definitely not a fair Louisiana.
No, that 5 is hideous and the 2 is hideous.
I am not a fan of the first crossing Lake Pontchartrain.
At least it does it by land. At least it doesn't. Oh, yuck! No, it doesn't.
Like, especially with the bridge, but like you can make a good district with St. Tammany and Livingston and Tangipahoa.
Or if you even want, you can just extend it by land so it goes over the land bridge. Like,
Eric, I just have to say, the moment when you realized, when it dawned on you that it wasn't contiguous, was pretty hilarious.
No, if you think it's impossible to get my Illinois map is my favorite. I mean, some of the.
Also, I'm sorry, was Plaquemines Parish in 1 or in 6 in that map?
Wait, let me go back.
Was Illinois doesn't require contiguous districts?
Right. Yeah.
Yes, but I typically like to make them contiguous.
I made a non-contiguous Republican gerrymander of Illinois that I'm pretty proud of.
Here, let me see.
17-1 VRA compliant Illinois.
Dear God.
No, my Illinois map is my favorite because I stretched Bustos' district all the way into like, I don't know, I forgot. I think I stretched it into Bobby Rush's district. It was still contiguous.
So y'all have got to see my New Mexico. You'll love this.
Hold on. I mean, some of the deviation ended up being too high, so it was not really a professional map, but I did like gerrymandering some of the Democratic seats once it loads.
My New Mexico may be my proudest achievement.
This Illinois map is one of my favorites. Same with the Arizona gerrymander, where I had it takes so long to load because it's so horrible.
This is a 2-1 Republican gerrymander of New Mexico.
Oh yeah, maybe FW Politics can take this and say it's becoming competitive.
This is like 11 to 12 points. I don't get the fetish with New Mexico. I mean, honestly, I just don't.
I don't. Same with Oregon and Connecticut as well.
They really have much less of a fetish with Oregon. Connecticut, they're all like, Connecticut's 5th district is super competitive because, it was really close.
Well, it should, if it were drawn fairly, would be competitive, but it's not.
Yeah.
But
and look, the
it can be competitive in 20 to 30 years. Not right now.
Yeah, no, it's going to be 30, 40 years before like the first or the second or even the third becomes remotely competitive.
I mean, even if the
look at this 17th district. This is my favorite.
Yeah, that's terrible. Still not as bad as the actual 17th last decade.
No, this is still contiguous. Look at it here. It's still going. It goes all the way down here.
Just no.
Yes. Wait, the Arizona one's the last one I wanted to show.
What if Glenn Poshard tried to run for Senate? I would love that.
That'd be beautiful.
I would just love to see how crazy the Democrats would go about him because he's just ridiculously anti-abortion and pro-gun. And the debates would be fire too.
Wins Illinois 15, loses Illinois 6.
Yeah.
Look at how beautiful this is.
He'd easily win Illinois 12 for sure.
Actually, I got to show you my New York I made just recently, if I can find it.
Fair map or
New York, fair or New York gerrymander?
The gerrymander one, if you get 25 districts in New York, it is possible to draw a district that goes from Erie to Rochester to Ithaca.
John.
I have to find my New York. I have a New York extreme gerrymander that I never finished. That I have to get on.
I'm working on a house gerrymander.
I have to finish my Texas gerrymander. I've been working on it, but it's not done yet.
There's so many house. Here it is. Here's the. Or no, that's not it. Where'd it go? I worked so
Wait,
hard.
let me show you guys the Texas stuff that I've done so far. It's not done yet.
It vanished. No.
Yeah, Harrison, your Texas 19 map was really good.
Thanks. The Texas 19 on my gerrymander here is actually somewhat competitive for Democrats.
Oh, did you like string it from El Paso to Lubbock to?
Yeah, I have to rebalance it boundaries with El Paso, but yes, somewhat.
Why? So I'm guessing what? Then the surrounding districts are like 90% Republican.
You'll see, but it's still a work in progress. But it's mostly it's good for Democrats.
Oh, also, do we think Ronnie Jackson is going to win the runoff in Texas 13?
I hope not.
So you have a
19.
The 19th is somewhat competitive. And then
How
down
close
here,
did
what?
How close? How did Beto O'Rourke do in 19? I don't even know if they have that. But,
given that a large amount of it is rural, I'm going to guess he still lost it.
No, they don't have it in here.
yeah, okay. So just Clinton. Yeah, you know.
I mean, it's still a fairly Republican seat, but I mean, it's much more competitive than the actual one. And then here I gave, obviously, Austin got a vote sync now. And
Loving County is in the 19th, right?
Here you go.
To see it.
Yes, thank you, Jackson. So, 35 and 21, I effectively ended Chip Roy's career if whatever district he decides to run in. And then, hold on, wait, no, I'm not on the right selector. And I still got a lot of work to do on it, but I made the 22nd fairly Democratic as well.
Oh, you haven't done Texas and the Dallas area yet. Okay.
No, I haven't done everything there yet. I still got more work to do. Well, guys, I'm about to project a runoff with Marjorie Greene.
I think that's completely justified looking at the data. I mean, if you look at actually, I'm not sure about that yet because call it. Yep.
Exactly. It's so sad that this is what it's come to, but Twitter's probably going to blow up when I project it.
But yeah, if you're curious about what I've been doing with computer drawn gerrymanders, if we take that down, I have 9-2 Virginia.
Oh, nice.
Guys, wait till you see the picture of Marjorie Greene I used in this projection.
Oh, lovely. I can't wait
God,
to
I'm
see
scared.
this. You all see it?
Has anyone else had this issue with today's redistricting where if there's so many districts, it can't load how many are like the partisan value of each district?
I haven't had that issue. You all see my map here?
Yeah, I worked super hard on that New York gerrymander where I've just gerrymandered the lower house to be like Republican majority upstate. And it won't have any of the numbers.
All right, what do you all think?
I don't see anything right now. Harrison, have you posted the is that 8-1? Or
That is
11-1?
9-2 Virginia.
Yeah, 9-2. Okay.
What on earth?
It's
I'm scared.
Adam, you know we made a Virginia
scared. Oh my God, what is that?
That puts the 1992 North Carolina map to shame.
Yeah, the 1992 Texas map was worse though.
Well,
I just want to go through these districts
the
briefly for a second.
The
The
biggest
ninth
beat
district
was
voted for
Louisiana.
Trump by 52.
The biggest joke was Louisiana, and that Louisiana had a
That one was
pretty
hilarious.
high in the 1990s.
The six.
no, Florida was insane. I gotta pull up the Florida one because the
So Adam, what's the partisanship on that 9th district? Did it vote for Trump by like 75 or with 75?
Ninth district was Trump plus 52.
That's insane. That's
All right, guys, the projection in Georgia 14 is up. Rip that district.
Yep. So, you all have any questions about any of the districts here?
Guys, look at the projection. Marjorie Greene is literally holding an assault rifle.
Oh God.
That's great.
Welcome to Florida in the middle of the 90s.
That's
a
funny.
district.
I am definitely retweeting this.
What
Yeah,
part of
Florida in the 90s was a meme.
Was this drawn by the Democrats?
No, this is a Republican map.
Oh,
So wait a
God.
minute. Does Donald Trump live in that district? Or would he live?
Maybe. Where's Mar-a-Lago?
That district is so messed up.
That's horrible. But if that's a Republican district, I could conceivably see Trump trying to come back and, like, I don't know, if Florida was ever gerrymandered to that extent.
Yeah, Trump comes back and runs for House, becomes Speaker.
Come on, it was a racial VRA extreme map, but it was. I mean, the whole thing is even crazier if you look at it. It's one of the most appalling things I've seen in my life, I think.
Even gross pictures of people with sores or anything.
Or that
When you
photo
say-
of Nancy Mace.
that Clay Shaw's district on the coast there?
Oh, I always wanted to map the Earl Hutto victory in '92.
Look at the 17th.
What did you say you wanted a map of, Armin?
The Earl Hutto victory in 1992. I wanted to do a precinct map, but I don't think the shapefiles exist.
Oh.
The
I
precinct
have
data probably doesn't exist.
1990 Harvey Gantz versus
Ooh.
Jesse Helms
Jesse
by,
Helms, what an
uh,
evil
Oh, that would be
rich
a great
shitbag.
one.
by the 92-98 congressional districts.
Yeah, you won't get
Ooh.
any defense of Jesse Helms from me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't need to get into the
Eric,
Jesse Helms.
Eric,
Yeah,
when did the Republicans draw that map? Was that a 96 map or when was that?
that was 92.
They had control.
Yeah, it was basically a VRA thing as Republicans and black lawmakers teamed up because black voters were being split into multiple Democratic seats. And so they weren't actually getting representation. And so they teamed up to basically force majority minority seats. The consequence of which was that you had maps like that where it just made no sense.
Also, wait, Eric.
Majority.
Eric.
Yeah.
I think now would be a good time to just maybe we can do a conversation here, but like the actual projections, I think we can end our like official video coverage for the night.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So we're gonna end the live broadcast, but we can keep talking. So
Oh,
I
wait a
don't know
minute. This was on YouTube the whole time? Oh, come on. I
Your
should.
parents are gonna watch this and yell at you.
No, I just hate the sound of my own voice. So, if I ever come back to
Wait,
this.
how do you take it off YouTube right now? Like, how do you unlive it?
Oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, thanks for joining our election coverage. We'll see you next election, I guess.
Well, not next week. There's nothing next week.
Yeah, that's why I said next election.
We'll see you in 2 weeks for New York.
Yeah. Now here we go. Yeah. New York.